There are 191 people who've got it in their basket. If you're thinking about it and if you're on the fence, can I just let you know that it's only today that you can get it with free P&P, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do three-way split pay again. Ben can try and reallocate stock for you by the end of the day if it does sell out. But the issue that we're facing is that it's a Sunday and it's already 12 o'clock. So there's not office people in. So it would be between John and, the team to be able to reallocate it. And it probably won't be until we're off air. So keep an eye out later on. If you're watching John Scott's Facebook Live later at 4 and you think, I'm coming back and having a look. If you want to take advantage of the three-way split pay, 0% interest. There's now 30 spaces and over 200 people who have got it in their basket. Oh, John, honestly, I can't wait to ring him after the show because he'll be thrilled. Right, Adele,
hello.
We have got this Sienna jacket. This is beautiful, isn't it?
I was very excited when it popped up on my my brief that I get, because I never know what I'm going to demonstrate until I get my monthly brief. And when the jeans came up, I was like, yes. And then when I scrolled down and saw this show was this, I was like, wow, it's an amazing jacket.
It is lovely. I love the fabric, actually. Seeing it, because when you sort of described it earlier, it's like quite a raincoat, really.
Yeah,
it's a really versatile jacket, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we've got a variety of different fabrics. We've got like raincoat fabric, so you can have a waterproof jacket. We've got thicker linens, and then we've got some canvas.
I love these abstract ones.
Yes.
So cool.
I was just saying to Jenny as she left, she was gushing over it, and I said, check these ones out. That's my favourite.
That one is amazing.
That's my favourite. I want to see how much that is, whether I need to go and order it.
Okay, and it's free P&P, remember?
Yes.
Grab it. Right, shall we do the pattern first? Pattern first is £25.50. Now it's... is this an American?
It's an American company. So Closet Core patterns have been around for a long time. They're one of the very first independent pattern companies. They used to be called Closet Core. No, is it Closet Core?
It is Closet Core now.
Closet Case Patterns.
Okay.
Then they rebranded and they've got a huge stock of different patterns. We've done several here before, and this is one of their newest patterns, and I can't find anything that's quite like it. It's it's not just a rain mac. No. It looks like a blazer, but then it's got a beautiful belt section.
It looks very
big,
smart there,
practical pockets. But there's 3 different versions that you can make as well.
Right, I was just looking at that. So view A is here. I don't know if we can get really close to this. So what are the difference in the options?
So you've got view A, which is this one. So it'll come down to sort of your thigh area.
Okay.
Which this sample is. Then the next one finishes, I'd say maybe
it's just
half a foot. Yeah, just underneath the pocket. So it's more of a blazer. Right. And then the third one's a bit like a bomber jacket.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the belt. It's more open, and you've got breast pockets, different pockets at the bottom.
A chic utility jacket is how they describe
the word, utility jacket.
Inspired by vintage French workwear. Designed for hard wearing use by makers and artists. It functions both as stylish outerwear and highly practical layer for use inside the studio as well. It's absolutely gorgeous. So your sizings on there. It does say it's suitable for denim as well, for twill, canvas.
Oh, patchwork denim. Like one side darker, the other side slightly lighter, darker, and like really match it up.
Like you said, you love a pattern that
Good morning, good morning. It is so lovely to be back. It's felt like ages since I've been here. Morning, everybody. Stuart Hillard here, and welcome to Monday's Sewing Street. It's great to have your company on National Jigsaw Puzzle Day. More of that anon. It is absolutely wonderful to be back. It's been ages, few weeks at least, and I've got a great day for you today on Sewing Street. Loads of things to inspire you. I've got dressmaking, I've got patchworking, quilting, I've got great sewing machines, all the good stuff. So make sure you get your messages in. Make sure you come and say hi and good morning, and let me know what you're on with at the moment. We're going to start today, as we always do, with our early bird. So let's get straight into it. Now, our early bird today, I am passionate about changing your needle and using the right needle for the job. Our early bird today has got you covered. Whatever sewing you're going to be doing on your machine, it's a set of 9 packs of Schmetz machine needles, and these cover all the bases. Now, Schmetz, one of the best sewing machine needle manufacturers in the world, in my opinion. Absolutely fantastic needles. I always use Schmetz needles, and you've got 9 packs. Now, each pack contains 5 needles, so a total there of 45 machine needles. Normal price £32.51. We're going to drop that price in just a second. Now, what you've got here is you've got jeans needles for sewing denim and thicker fabrics. You've got jersey needles for stretch. Microtex, absolutely brilliant for piecing and applique. Top stitch needles, as the name suggests. Quilting needles for doing your quilting. Stretch needles, again, for things like spandex, lycra, stretchy fabrics. Leather needles for sewing real leather. Universal will do any job basically, and then embroidery needles, not just for an embroidery machine, basically if you're using sort of more speciality embroidery threads, so things like metallic threads, rayon, anything like that, holographic threads. So all those different applications, and each pack comes with multiple sizes of needles, so you'll always have the right needle for the job. Now, the price crash is fantastic. Remember, you're getting 45 machine needles for £23.99. That is absolutely phenomenal. Now, Rachel's producing today. Could you just work out for me £23.99 divided by 45, please? What are we paying per needle? And I think that's a stonking deal, actually. Good morning, by the way, to Claire. She says, good morning, Stuart and all. Jan says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Lovely to have you back. Thank you, darling. It's lovely to be back. Delia says, good morning, Stuart. And the team, good morning to you, my love. Now, you're paying 53 pence per needle. That is... Now, what does a new needle get you? A new needle gets you a sewing machine which is happy, which runs properly, which sews correctly, no skipped stitches, no missed stitches, no badly formed stitches. It also means that your construction is going to be better, the look of your stitching is going to be better. And in some cases, it's the difference between success or failure. So, for example, if you're sewing with real leather, you need to use leather needles. They have a cutting edge on the tip of the needle, which will sort of slice through the leather and allow your machine to sew it. If you're using things like the top stitch needles or the embroidery needles, they have a thicker shaft. They have a larger eye in them to accommodate those speciality threads. For example, your Microtex needle has a very slim, very sharp point which pierces the fabric so cleanly it hardly leaves a hole at all. So for things like invisible machine applique, brilliant. You know, having the right needle for the job, if you've always just used universal needles, or you know, you've just started your sewing journey and you're using the needles that came with the machine, I get that. But this is a great way of trying all sorts of different needles. You'll always have the right needle for the job for 53 pence per needle. Susie's got in touch. Is this Susie from Shropshire? Hey, Susie. Oh, sorry, wiggly ear. Good morning, handsome. Thank you. Lovely to see you back. The needles are heading for my basket, Susie in Telford. It's a great deal. It's an absolutely brilliant deal. It's about £9 off, something like that. It's a really good deal, this. And it's one of those things that we don't talk about stashing needles. We talk about stashing fabric and sometimes wadding or thread. But break your last machine needle at 10 o'clock in the morning when you're ready for a day's sewing and see how it feels not to have a stash of needles. Has that ever happened to you? Because it certainly happened to me. I've had a day set aside for sewing and then I break my needle and I think, oh, where's my... I haven't got any replacements. So what do? Half your day then is spent going to your nearest shop to buy needles. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's such a waste of your day. Grab yourself a stash of needles. Terry's got in touch. Morning to you, Terry. She says, planning a day in my sewing room will make changing my needle the first job. Thank you for the reminder. You're very welcome, Terry. Don't forget, every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time, change your needle. And if you're doing things like foundation paper piecing, sewing thicker, heavier fabrics, or quilting, you'll need to definitely the lower end, 6 hours of sewing time. Lucy has a question. She says, will these needles fit the Brother machines? Yes, absolutely. They will fit any sewing machine, basically. So whether you've got a Singer, a Brother, an Elna, a Janome, a Benina, whatever you use, a Juki, they will fit. And also, you use regular needles in your overlocker as well. So you can use things like the universals, the stretch needles. You can use those in your overlocker. Absolutely no problem at all. Sue's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Lovely to see you this morning. Missed you. Oh, Sue, thank you. I've missed being here too. It's felt like ages. Anne says, great to see you back, Stuart. You have been missed. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Pam says, good morning. Lovely too. Morning, my darling. Another message. Tara's got in touch. Tara in Norfolk. She says, good morning, Stuart and crew. I hope you're all well. Love the shirt, Stuart. Fantastic deal on the needles. Thank you. Next. My shirts come from Next almost. I would love to say I made it, but I didn't, because it wouldn't look this nice if I did. No, well, it might do. It might do. But thank you, Tara. That's very kind of you. The sewing machine needle bundle is fantastic. A third has gone. This is a really, really good opportunity to stash these. Remember, you're getting 5 universals. You can use those for pretty much any job. And they come in sizes from 70 up to 100. So really useful to have 100 in there for things like bag making, maybe. Things like the Microtex needle come in sizes 260s, 270s and an 80. So they're quite fine needles, brilliant for piecing. If you've never tried a 60 or a 70 Microtex for piecing, I urge you to try them because you will get more accurate piecing with a finer needle and finer thread. It's amazing the difference it makes. Try it. Thick, heavy fabrics, but they'll also pierce through your quilting really, really well. They are 90s and 100s, so they are heavier needles. I'd certainly use the 90s for quilting. Save the 100s for bag making or things like making jeans or coats or heavy applications. But you can mix and match these to some extent. Anne's got in touch to say, what a morning, Stuart and Adam. What more can a girl want? Oh, we've also got Tracy in there as well, don't forget. Another message. Oh, this is a lovely start. Morning, Stuart. Was lovely to meet you on Saturday, my love. Ah, Diane. Now, I'm going to post about it on social media. I met the most wonderful people on Saturday. I was in Doncaster. I was near Doncaster. And it's a fabulous workshop. And they run crafting classes to help support people with better mental health and well-being. So the classes are very much geared, and especially geared towards men. So they have painting classes for men and sewing classes for men, because I think a lot of men haven't yet discovered the amazing power of crafting for well-being. And, you know, those who know it's absolutely brilliant for, you know, relaxation, for focus, for just getting you out of yourself and having a good time. A lot of men haven't discovered that yet. So I think it's a brilliant initiative. And I met some lovely people. It was really fun. Right. Okay, lots of the stock has gone now of our machine needle bundle. It's our early bird. Make sure you check out on that, won't you? Karen's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to have you back. And an extra bonus of Adam as well. No, and he's had his haircut. He looks very handsome today. Sandra's got in touch to say, morning, lovely Stuart, watching from the couch as I am coughing and wheezing like an old cart horse today. Her words, not mine. Sandra, you poor darling. Poor thing. Get well soon, my love. Heidi's got in touch. Welcome back, Stuart. I stash machine needles because, yes, I have been caught out in the past. Heidi and Skipton. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? It's awful. I've done it, and I've done it more than once. That's the embarrassing thing. I think, you know, it's all right to make these mistakes once, but oh. So grab them while you can. You get 45 machine needles for £23.99. That's the equivalent of 53 pence a needle. Half the stock's gone. And, you know, it depends what you sew, which ones you'll use up first. But I would say for me, like the Microtex, the jeans, the top stitching, the quilting, the embroidery, the universal, all of those very sort of brilliant for quilters, but also things like if you do dressmaking, things like your Microtex for fine fabrics, your universals, your top stitch, your jeans. If you're a bag maker again, your jeans, your top stitch, your quilting, your universal. And then if you're doing dressmaking, things like the stretch and the jersey, absolutely fantastic to have in there as well. Your leather needles, I mean, these really brilliant if you're working with real leather, thick or thin. You can use them with other fabrics too. Just be a little careful with things like vinyl. Don't use them for vinyl or faux leather, funnily enough, because actually the piercing blade will actually sort of tear that sort of fabric. But for real leather, absolutely essential. And brilliant just to have 5 of each kind of needle. If you've never experimented with needles, they do really make a difference. And if you're using things like speciality threads, you definitely want to be using those top stitch or embroidery, and you won't have problems with shredding or breakage. Right, I think we might need to leave the early bird there. Let's talk through our menu for today and see what's coming up. There it is. Right. So first hour is all about June Taylor projects. You may have noticed the Sash and a Dash quilt behind me. Loads of fabulous products from June Taylor. At 9 o'clock, he's been mentioned already, Adam Brooks is here with the Sussex Seamstress Rottingdean blouse. And I've got some beautiful faux silk and viscose fabric bundles. Amazing prices too. Amazing prices too. Now then, at 10 o'clock, I'm joined by Tracy Perks from Rope and Anchor Designs with the Big Heart quilt. Absolutely gorgeous, easy quilt. I've got a Liberty version. I've got a gorgeous tonal version. I've also got some of her other patterns and kits in that hour as well. Now, 11 o'clock, Adam is back with the Sussex Seamstress. Well, we've got a couple of dress patterns in that hour, and I've also got some lovely fabric bundles as well. We've got the Hove dress, we've got the Eastergate dress as well. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got some brilliant deals on sewing machines. I've got a fabulous sewing machine, I've got a fabulous embroidery machine, and then 2 lots of fabulous combined into one makes super fabulous, a combi embroidery and sewing machine at an amazing price. So stick around for the whole morning. We're just going to have a great time. We've got a great show. Right, let's launch into June Taylor. And we're going to start straight away with Sash and a Dash. Now, the quilt behind me uses Sash and a Dash, and it's a really brilliant, innovative product from June Taylor. So it allows you to join pre-quilted blocks together. So if I just show you on this. So what I did first of all was I've made the individual blocks, okay, and I've pieced the block with batting and backing, quilted it, as I went along. So it's all quilted as a block. And then the blocks need to get joined together. Now, there are various quilt-as-you-go methods, but with Sash in a Dash, it's a pre-folded strip of sashing. In this case, it was navy blue. This bit I've added on top. I'll tell you about that in a second. But this is the magic product. It's called Sash in a Dash. And what it consists of is it's a folded strip of fabric. So you have got 2 open channels, okay? So essentially what you will do is, imagine here's one block, here's another block. So these are quilted, backed, everything, all the wadding. And literally all you have to do to join them together is you open up the Sash in a Dash, you put your block inside, okay, pin it. Next block, inside, make sure they're nicely lined up, top and bottom, okay, pin it. And then all you do is top stitch. You top stitch. And as you're top stitching from the top, you also catch the back as well. You'll stitch them both all in one go. So there's no hand stitching required at all. It creates a really neat, beautiful finish. Now, what I did then was I used some different fabric and I did like a little folded strip. So if I'll just get a little bit of plain fabric just to show you, not the right colour at all, but I did a little folded strip of fabric, folded the edges in, lay it over the top, and then again, I top stitched either side of that. And that's what created this look. And that way, you can make any of the colours of Sash in a Dash work for your quilt. Absolutely brilliant. And it's so quick. Now, I've got a choice of colours, and this is a brilliant deal because what you get in your bundle is you get 4 metres of Sash in a Dash. Now, that's enough to do the quilt that's behind me. That's 9 12-inch blocks, all sashed together. So quick, so easy, and really, really looks good, doesn't it? I love it. I love it. £23.92 includes half a metre of Sash in a Dash for free. Now, I've only got 10 of these left. This is the black. So the black option is on screen. And black's a really useful colour to have, isn't it? Really useful. Yeah, you could do that with lots of brights, silvers, greys, that kind of thing. Gorgeous. Next one I've got is white. The white, again, really, really universal. And as I say, if you want to tie it in, you can add that folded strip down the centre. You can also use, I used a straight stitch, but I used a fancy variegated thread to top stitch, so it was a little fancy. But you could also use something like a decorative stitch. You could use a feather stitch, you could use a serpentine stitch, you could use embroidery stitches as well. So you could really add some detail. You could put something like rick-rack. Imagine you'd done maybe Mandy Shaw red work blocks, embroidered, quilted, gorgeous, white sashing in between them, but then red jumbo rick-rack down the centre, or you could even put a jumbo down the centre and then 2 finer bits of rick-rack either side. So you could really, really kind of jazz these up. So that's the white. 4 metres, you're only paying for 3.5. You get half a metre for free. Next up, silver. So this is the silver grey. Lovely, soft, clean grey. Some greys can be a little bit brown, a little bit beigey. Not many of these left. You can see here how it works. You've got a folded channel here and a folded channel here. So it's literally one block goes in there, one block goes in there. All the work's done for you. It's so easy. So easy. And I'd never done quilt as you go before I did these blocks. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Next one, camel. Just love that word, camel. I was telling Charlie yesterday when I was at junior school, I was in Joseph and his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. I started out as one of the brothers, had lines, all sorts, got demoted, I was crushed. I became a camel driver, who I don't think is even mentioned in the script. I came in at the point at which Joseph was being sold into slavery. I came along with camel, rope around the neck, led him back off. That was my part. That was it. Camel. What did I do wrong to get demoted? I do not know to this day. My face didn't fit, clearly. Right, camel. So this is lovely. I see this would go really nicely with these sorts of fabrics, wouldn't it? The kind of earthy tones. Lovely. But it would also work really well if you're using something like, you know, French General, with all those lovely like madder reds and soft pinks and things like that. That would look gorgeous as well. Next up, I've got red. And this is a gorgeous true red, proper bright red. This actually would have looked amazing with the Kaffe fabrics that I used for my example that's hanging behind me. I used navy, could easily have used black. White would have looked really beautiful, but the red would have looked stunning with that too. So that's 4 meters of red, 23.92. Remember, that's certainly more than you need to do that 9-block quilt that's hanging behind me. And then last of all, I've got the teal. Beautiful colour. That would have looked really nice, actually, with those fabrics too. Ah, Steph's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart. What's this about a camel? Happy hump day, she says. Oh, I had the hump when they demoted me from one of Joseph's brothers to a camel leader. Well, I was an Ishmaelite. I think they gave me that name to make me feel better about it. But really, I was a little bit gutted. But it was their loss, wasn't it? Look at me now. Look at me now. Close every door to me. No, I didn't have a song. Nothing. Hillary's got in touch. She says, morning, Stu. Lovely surprise. Haven't seen you for ages. Hiya. I've been very busy delivering goat kids. Attractor's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Good to see you back. Thank you, my darling. Sandra, I've done her message already. Maria's got in touch. Morning, gorgeous Stuart. Where have you been? I've missed you. Well, I have been. As I say, we've been very busy on the farm with lots of new baby goat kids being born. But there we go, and a moving studio. Now, all of those sash in a dash are available by the half metre if you would like them. By the half metre. Now, we have a question from Susan. She says, how wide is that? Me? Or the sash in a dash. Have I got a tape measure, please? Can I have a tape measure? We'll grab a tape measure. I think, if I remember rightly, the sort of aperture, if you like, that you put your block into is 1 inch. So you can add that in. I can tell you where it is. It's that green thing. There. That's it. Great. Right. I'll tell you. Right. So, yeah, well, it's slightly under 1 inch. So the whole width of the sashing is about 2 inches wide. That's your width. Gorgeous. Yeah, as I say, if you wanted to, you could accommodate that sashing into your block. So if you were doing, say, 12-inch block and you've got points that you want to preserve, what I would do is I would add a little border strip, probably 1.5 inches wide. So you've got 1 inch around, or maybe even a 2-inch strip around your block, and then when you sash it, there'll be a little frame around the block as well. That would look really gorgeous. Or with something like the blocks behind me, it doesn't matter how wide the sashing is, you know, but it works really well, really well. Thanks for that message. As I say, each one of them is available by the half metre if you want to buy a metre or two just to have a go with. But I would say the 4 metre bundle is a good one because you do need that much to do those 9 blocks. Yeah, let's flash them through. So we'll just show you by the half metre. So here's the red, £2.99 a half metre. It's red. It's a good deal, yeah. £2.99. That's half a metre. Next up, camel, the camel, the animal of the day, the camel. Does look nice with my shirt, doesn't it? Claire says, what's the baby goat count now? We've had 9. It's very early. And Agneta is still, she's getting like a barrage balloon. She's not quite ready, but yeah, we'll have more soon. I know. Jan says, I recently bought the 100 box of Microtex needles. So I have just changed the needles in all 3 of my machines. Well done. Today is a good day. That is brilliant. Well done. Jill says, nice to see you, Stuart. You were missed. Thank you. I missed being here too. It's felt like a long time. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What next? So I was getting very distracted then because Charlie just mentioned jigsaw puzzles. I've got something to show you in a second. That's the white by the ½ metre. Black. Can't go wrong with the black. It's absolutely flying out. This is very useful though, because I would put this with lots of like bright colours as well, just to get almost like a stained glass effect. That'd be gorgeous. Silvery grey. Silvery grey. £2.99, ½ metre. Quick, easy, great results. And then jade or teal, the teal. £2.99, ½ metre. Now, I did mention earlier on that it is National Jigsaw Puzzle Day. And patchwork is like a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? So it's relevant. But also, Charlie finished a jigsaw puzzle last night, which I've got to show you because I'm very proud of him. Look at this. I was in London and I went to Liberty and I bought him this jigsaw, which does have Liberty on it. And it's all the architecture in London. And Charlie finished that last night. So well done, Charlie. He started it about 4 days ago. And he became increasingly obsessed with it. And I was like, Charlie, it's dinner time. Charlie, stop it now. And he was like, I'll just put one more piece in. It is very addictive, but quilting is like that. You think, I'll just make one more block. I'll just do one more seam. We're all the same. We're all the same. Right. Linda says, morning, Stuart. Just wondered how you have finished the outside edge off. That's from Martin in Battle. On the quilt, let me just tell you quickly. So what you do is you do all your sashing. So you do your row. So short sashing, short sashing, same here. And then you do your long rows. And then, obviously, you've just got your outside edge, which is a raw edge. So I've just used a plain navy fabric, one of our, just our navy solid, and I've just done a regular binding. It's just a binding round the edge. So you could use bias binding if you prefer, but I just used regular, straight cut, 2.5-inch binding strips. And just did a binding all around the edge. There we go. Right. Now, I've got loads more June Taylor products to show you. One of the things they do really, really well are quilt as you go batting. And I'm going to start with the Sophie tote, because this is lush. So here's the Sophie tote. Now, the principle is pretty much the same with all of these products. So what you've got in the bag is you've got your full pattern to make the Sophie tote. You've got your batting, and you'll see it's printed with blue lines. I'm just going to open this one up and show you what they are and what they're for. So you've got full instructions inside on how to cut your fabrics. You've also got, look, this is woven like twill tape to put inside the handles. And you've got your full instructions with how to cut your fabric, how to place them. Your code is MAYV62. And then your printed batting, you literally lay your fabric on the batting and you put your next fabric on top. You stitch and then you flip. You stitch and then you flip. It's really cool. So the blue lines that are printed on the batting aren't sewing lines. You don't sew on the lines. It's not like foundation piecing as we know it. It's they are placement lines, so it tells you where to place your fabric. So piece number 1, the strip of fabric, will literally fit just to the blue lines. It fits just inside. And then you put piece number 2 on top. You will sew just a 1/4 inch seam allowance on your fabric. And then when you flip piece number 2 fabric back, the raw edge will just come to this blue line here. So you add piece number 2, flip it back, piece number 3, piece number 4, piece number 5. And as you're sewing it on, it's actually quilting and constructing at the same time. So it's really clever, really clever. You've got your straps on there, your base on there, everything, and full instructions, plus your twill tape to make your handle with, for £15.99. So literally just add your fabric and you've got a lovely project. The bag is gorgeous too, isn't it? Just show you it on the front of the, there it is. Really, yeah, it's cute. Just use your own fabric. And you can use 2.5 inch strips plus a bit of yardage with this, or you can use fat quarters. Really nice. Really nice. So that's the Sophie tote. Right, next up I've got the Alexandra tote. So like I say, these all follow the same sort of principle. It's which design you like best. So this is the Alexandra. This is 15 inches long, 14 inches high and 4 inches deep. Love the way this has been strip pieced. So this design, this is all printed on your batting. So you just stitch and flip to make the bag up. It's cool, isn't it? And again, you get your printed batting, you get your full pattern, and look, you get your woven twill tape there. And that's to reinforce the handle. That goes inside the fabric handle to make a really strong, sturdy carrying handle there. Right, okay, that's the Alexandra. Next up, this is, I can do Tory. Oh, that is the Tory. I've been away too long. There's the Tory. Right, so the Tory has got flying geese up the front with strips at the side. But look how different the bag looks depending on your fabric choice. Really different. This one, what they've done is they've put the small triangles match the big triangle above it. So the big triangle and the small triangles match to create these like chevrons. Whereas over here, there's much more of a kind of almost blended look, shaded look. And then over here, you've got that sort of classic flying geese, dark geese and light sky. So they really stand out. Lovely, isn't it? And again, you get your batting, you get your twill tape, you get your full pattern for £15.99. That's yummy. And similar sort of size, 15 inches long, 14 inches tall and 4 inches wide. Now, next up, this is a set of 3 shopper totes. This is fantastic value. This is VU ending 23. So in here, you can make these 3 tote bags. So you don't have to choose, you make all 3. And you've got like a French braid, you've got the strips going across, and then this one, you've got kind of strips going on one angle and then strips going on the other angle. And what you get inside, now this isn't a printed batting. What this is, can you just see here? It's like an interfacing that's printed. So you've got the inside. So this one doesn't have wadding. You don't put wadding in these bags. It's this interfacing that's printed. You still layer it up with your backing, and then you stitch your fabrics to the interfacing, and you get your shoulder straps in there as well. That's really good value, isn't it, for £25.99? And these are 3 shoppers, 13 inches wide, 15 inches deep, and 10 inches wide. So brilliant size to take to the supermarket. Lorraine's got in touch to say, I have made the Alexandra with your fabric, Stuart. Lorraine in Essex. Ooh, if you've got any pickies, send them in, Lorraine. Oh, lovely, lovely. Yeah, a message from Jean. Jean says, is the sashing on the Strait of Grain? I have already checked out the needles. Jean in rainy West Yorkshire. I'm going to check. I think no. I think they're done on. It's on the bias. Yeah, it's on the bias. They are cut on the bias. So it is like a bias binding edge. So what I did was, before I started, was I ironed this because you will, it is, you're absolutely right, Jean, it is cut on the bias. But that actually is really helpful for getting a nice sort of smooth fit. But just give it a press before you stitch it on. Right. Next up, let's do the insulated shopper tote. So this is printed batting to make one big shopper bag. Okay, gorgeous, isn't it? You get your twill tape. You also get a bag base in there, like a heavy plastic bag base to put inside your bag. And with this, the batting is a special insulating batting. So it's the kind of stuff that's got that almost silver foil inside it. So if you take this to the supermarket, this is what you're going to put things like your frozen foods, your chilled foods in. So yeah, really thought about that. Or I guess you could also put something like your rotisserie chicken, if you like to buy those hot from the deli to take home. That would keep it nice and warm. Or it could be your takeaway bag, if you're taking the takeaway home to keep it warm, something like that. Yeah, keep the coffees. Oh, don't keep mentioning coffee. Order them, order them. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And again, you quilt as you go. You get your webbing for your straps, you get your plastic base, you even get your elastic for your button closure. So there's a little button loop there and button. You get your elastic. You get your elastic to make the button closure. It's very good, isn't it? Yeah. Right, that's that one. Now, another of our favourite drinks. We love coffee, but we also love wine, don't we? Everybody like wine? Everybody likes wine. This one, this is the wine totes. So you get printed batting and instructions to make these 3 different wine totes or wine bottle bags. Okay, they have a lovely shape to them as well, and all 3 are different. So you've got this one, which is made up of like almost little squares sewn onto the batting. It's quilt as you go, strips down the side. This one has piecing one way, piecing the other way. This one has straight strips going top to bottom. But lots of different ways you could use that. Isn't that gorgeous? Use up your scraps. Use up your scraps. And very giftable as well if you're taking wine to a party. You could take those along. Oh, Lorraine sent in a picture of her Alexandra tote. Oh, I love that. That's using my Kyoto fabric range. That is beautiful. Really nice job there. Really nice job. Really smart. And doesn't it show off the fabrics? Oh, I'm dead proud of you. Well done. Love that. Love that. Those fabrics actually would look really nice for the wine totes as well, wouldn't they? You can imagine those done in different jades and blues and that lovely tomatoey orange. Gorgeous. Right, that's that. Now, next up, let's do... Oh, this is cute. This is cute. So I've got 4 different versions of this little bag. Okay, this is called the Caitlin tote. Now, this is a kind of over the shoulder or crossbody style, I suppose like little day bag. It's 8 inches wide, 11 inches deep, and about ½ an inch wide. So you could put things like your purse, your wallet, your phone, keys, you know, bits and bobs if you're popping out shopping or whatever, going to college. You've got the zip along the top, you've got the zip along the front. Now, what you get in here is you get pre-printed interfacing, you get your full instructions, and you also get 2 zippity-doo-duns. Zippity-doo-duns. And you might be thinking, what's a zippity-doo-dun? Let me show you. Let me show you. So you get 2 zippity-doo-duns in the, right? And the reason why is because you've got 1 zip at the top of the bag and then 1 zip about halfway down. And the zippity-doo-dun, you can see you've got, this is the grey version. So the difference between the 4 different kits is the colour of the zip. This is the grey. So you've got your grey zip, okay, but look, it's not just a zip, it's already been stitched into fabric channels. So this is a bit like Sash in a Dash, but the zip version. So what you do is you get your fabric for the bottom of the bag and you put it in between the channels. No zipper foot required, you just top stitch along there. You get your other fabric plus your batting plus your wadding, whatever, however you make your bag. You put that in there, okay, top stitch. Now you've got the top and bottom of the bag, or this could be, you know, a bag like this, and you've got your zip already fitted in, and it's literally as easy as that. Really, really clever product, that. So you get your pre-printed interfacing. Here's your interfacing. And this has all of your pattern pieces on it. Okay. For the front of the bag, the back of the bag, the lower edge, the pocket. There's an inside pocket as well, plus your straps. So that's all printed on interfacing. You've got your zippity-doo-duns. So all you need to add in is a couple of small D-rings and a couple of small swivel clips. ½ inch or 1 inch would be fine. And your fabric. And you can literally dive into your stash and use what you already have and make yourself a gorgeous smart bag. So the one that's on screen at the moment is £22.99. That's the grey zip. And you get the 2 zippity-doo-duns in grey. Right, next up, let's do black. So here's the black. So literally exactly the same thing, but this time with the black zippity-doo-dun. Now, can you just see, if I move that out the way, what they've done on this one? So a little bit like my quilt, they've used pre-made bias binding, narrow bias binding, and just top stitched it either side of the zippity-doo-dun to add that like gingham little extra. It's cool, isn't it? I like that a lot. So that's the black. Next up, pink next. Pink to make the boys wink. Here's the cerise pink. It's really lovely and bright. And look what they've done on here. So this time they've used decorative stitches on the sewing machine to do a decorative stitch either side of the zip. That's nice too, isn't it? Gorgeous. And then, last up, navy blue. So there's the navy. Pre-printed interfacing, full pattern as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous little bag there. Yeah, really cute, really cute. So that's the Caitlin. Right, next up, let's do placemats. Right, I've got 2 different ones. I've got Venice and I've got Casablanca. Where should we go first? Let's go to Venice. Oh, I've never been. So the Venice placemat. Now this is pre-printed quilt batting. So you've got all of your designs printed on the batting. You get enough in there to make 6 of these placemats. Isn't that good value? And it features a French braid piecing. Can you see that? There we go, just about. So you've got your French braid, and then your strips either side. And then look, it's also got a pocket for cutlery as well, or your napkin could go in there. And you quilt as you go. So you layer up your pre-printed batting that you get with your backing fabric first, and I would use something like 505 or June Taylor basting spray to hold the layers together, and then you piece your fabric directly to the batting and through the batting and through the backing fabric. So once you finish piecing, you finish quilting as well. All you've got left to do is to stitch the pocket on and sew your binding on, and you're done. 6 placemats in there for £16.99. Yeah, it's really cool. It's lovely. So that's the Venice. Now I've also got Casablanca, which is a different design. So the Casablanca, oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. So you've got like your square on point. Is that the right price? £11.99. And you get, again, 6 placemats in there, and each one is 19 inches long by 15 inches wide. And you've got your square on point, and then it's surrounded by strips around to frame it. That's gorgeous. Really like that. Full instructions as well, of course. Right, that's that. Now, next up, I've got the Grab and Go tote kit. This again uses the Zippity Doo Done. Okay, so the difference between the 3 kits is the colour of the zip, and I've got navy, black or cerise pink. Let's start with the cerise pink, shall we? So there's the bag. It's a boxy zip-topped pouch with a carry handle down one end. The pouch itself is 8 inches long, 6 inches high and 4 inches deep. So ideal as maybe something like a little lunch bag. You could use it as for a sewing kit or knitting bag. You could also use it for things like toiletries or makeup. Now, depending on the fabric that you use, you can really alter the look. This one comes with pre-printed interfacing, so all of your printing is on there, your full pattern, and you also get a long Zippity Doo Done in pink, bright pink, which is the one that's been used on the front cover. And can you see as well where they've used decorative satin stitching on the machine to decorate the Zippity Doo Done? And it kind of ties it in, doesn't it? Like that, at £21.99. Next up, I've got navy. This is the navy one. So you get a navy Zippity Doo Done, plus your pattern printed interfacing, full instructions, and that's lovely. That for me, that's quite a kind of, I don't know, toiletry bag, quite masculine toiletry bag. Love the stripe. And then last of all, I've got the black. Oh, that's gorgeous, look. So that would be nice as a sewing kit, wouldn't it? You could put your needles and threads, scissors, rotary cutter, that kind of thing. And here what they've done is they've added an extra strip of yellow fabric to tie everything in. It's lovely, isn't it? Right, that's that one done. Now, I've got a couple of kits I want to show you next. And this is the project bag kit. I've been flashing this fabric all morning and I want to show you what it's for now. So in this kit, what you get is you get 2 project bags. So you get loads actually. You get pre-printed interfacing. You get 2 Zippity Doo Duns in black. You also get full instructions and you get clear vinyl in there as well. Okay, and it's to make these project bags. Now you also get fabric, but I'll mention that in a second. So here are the 2 project bags. So what they are is you've got fabric at the top, you've got your Zippity Doo Done here, you've got your clear vinyl pocket here with your zip to get into it. And then you make two. One is 18 inches square, one is 16 inches square. And the other side, the back side of these isn't plain. You've got quilt as you go, quilt blocks on the other side, a square on point on the large one and a frame square on the other. And you get all of the printed interfacing to do that. You get your zip, your two zips, you get your full instructions, you get your vinyl. And then we've added in this beautiful fabric. Now you get 4.5 meters of fabric. What a deal! $35.99. It's amazing. Look at these, absolutely beautiful fabrics. So enough fabric there. I think this is 0.5 meters, yeah? Yeah, it is. I mean, the instructions on the front say 2/3 of a yard of each of 4 fabrics. So this is 0.5 meter of each of 4 fabrics. I suspect they've been quite generous with their fabric amounts on the pattern. So you have got slightly less fabric here than they say, because 2/3 of a yard is a little bit more than 0.5 meter, and we've given you 0.5 meters. But I suspect they've been quite generous. But you could substitute, you could add in a little bit of plain black or a bit of plain orange from your stash, something like that, if you needed to. I'm not saying you'll need to, but I'm just pointing out that there is just a slight discrepancy. Right, but I love that. That's gorgeous. Now, the other kit that we've got is for these Quilt As You Go project bags. So again, you've got Zippity-Doo Done, this time in camel, 2 of those. You've got the same quilt block backings. I mean, they look quite different. We've got the square on point and the frame square, 16-inch and 18-inch versions. And then here are the fabrics. These are all William Morris. How gorgeous are they? 2 meters of fabric, plus all of your project kit as well. So that's vinyl, pre-printed interfacing, the pattern, and 2 Zippity-Doo Dones from June Taylor for $47.99. Brill. Brill. Let's do the cat placemat. This is the pet placemat with the fish, because Steph said it's showing $11.99 for the cat placemat. Let's just check, Steph, see what the price is. So this is YV01. YV01. Got it. Good. $11.99. There we go. Right. Yeah. So that's correct. So what you get in here is you get quilt. Well, this is like a fusible fleece almost. Yeah. And it's fusible on the wrong side. So you fuse your backing to that. So you don't need to use 505 or basting spray. You fuse it with an iron, so your backing fabric. And then you construct your strips first and you stitch them directly onto the fleece and through the backing, sew them on. And then you sew on the side pieces and then you trim it and then you bind the edge and it creates this fish-shaped placemat. Mrs. Mills could do with one of these. She's a little bit of a messy eater these days. She likes to scatter her biscuits everywhere. She's just making her presence known, I think. We had to move. We had some friends around for dinner. We had to move her food bowls the other night. Oh, she was not happy at all. Not at all. And she doesn't really like visitors either, invading her space. So yeah, she needed a lot of cuddles after that. Right, mug mats. Mug mats. These are the Quilt As You Go log cabin mug mats. These are great value. Now it's £10.99 and you make 3. You make 3. And these are really generous sized mug mats too, actually. They are 10.5 inches long and 8.5 inches deep. So, I mean, just to give you a sense of that, 10.5. So look, that's your length. And then 8.5. It's almost like a small placemat, isn't it? It's going to be basically that. So you're going to have mug, and then you're going to have saucer with a Bakewell tart on it. Or possibly, if you like savouries, you could have some corn chips, some tortilla chips, because it is also National Corn Chip Day today, by the way. Just since you asked, it is also Corn Chip Day. So nachos for everyone, I say. You could have a little dish of those on the side, just to fuel your creativity. Quilt As You Go, printed batting, instructions, everything there for £10.99. Love it. Right. Is there anything else to look at? Yes, there is. Project bags. Can we do these project bags? So these, we had some kits earlier on. This is just, I say just, you get your vinyl, you get your printed interfacing, you get your zippity-doo done, but no fabric, so you add your own fabric. So if we start with the red, that's this one right here. So you get 2 zippity-doo dones. You still get the patchwork, pre-printed patchwork backs, the square on point and the square in frame square. You also get your vinyl and your 2 red zippity-doo dones, 16-inch finish and an 18-inch finish, 2 project bags for £24.99. That's your red. Then we've also got the same thing in a grey. There's the grey. 2 of those. And then last of all, we've got the black. And there's the black. Just add your own fabric. Really cool. Right, very last product I've got are the lunch bags. Now these are insulated lunch bag kits, okay? So inside each of the kits, what you get, so here's your lunch bag on the front, really cute, like a square boxy bag with a nice couple of carrying handles and a zip along the top. Inside, you get insulating batting, so that's your silver foil kind of with batting on either side, pre-printed with all of your pieces on it. You get your zippity-doo done, and you get your full instructions. Now, on screen at the moment is the navy. That's this one right here. So you get your zippity-doo done in navy. You get woven twill tape to reinforce your handles. You get your pre-printed insulating batting. And you get your full pattern for £24.99. Now, if you think about the value there, your pattern alone, £9.99. Your pre-printed insulated batting, probably £12 for that. You've got your twill tape, you've got your full pattern. It's really good value. So that's navy. Red one next. There's your red, that lovely bright pillar box red zip. And that's the bit that's different about each kit, the colour of the zip. And then last of all, we've got the black. Love that little panda print there, isn't that cute? Gorgeous. Right. Now, don't forget, our early bird today is a pack of 45 machine needles. Now, this is 9 packs of Schmetz. Now, Schmetz is the brand of sewing machine needle that I always recommend. They're the ones I use, and I think they're wonderful. You get 9 different sorts of machine needle. 5 in each pack, so 45 needles in total, which means that the price you pay per needle is 53 pence, which is amazing. You're saving about £9 on the bundle. You get jeans or denim needles, top stitch, embroidery, jersey, stretch, Microtex, quilting, universal and leather. So pretty much every job, every application covered. The right needle for the right job, and you've got multiple sizes of needle in each pack, so you really will always have something for every job that you need. Now don't forget, we stash fabric, we stash thread, some of us stash things like backing fabric and batting as well, but how many of us stash needles? You don't want to break your last needle at the start of a wonderful sewing day and have to spend half the day trying to hunt for a sewing machine needle, or find that your machine needles aren't doing the job for you. You're skipping stitches, poorly formed stitches. Use the right size needle, use the right type of needle, and you will get success. Brilliant, brilliant early bird. You're saving nearly £9 on that. 53 pence a needle. Right then, it's time for us to go to a break, and when we come back I'll be joined by the fabulous Adam Brooks and the first of 2 wonderful dressmaking hours featuring the Sussex seamstress. See you after this. How was that first hour? That's not bad.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, you. How are you? It's wonderful to have your company. It's Sewing Street. It's Monday. I'm Stuart Hillard, and this is Adam Brooks.
Morning.
Hello.
It's so
I want me
good
to
to
come over
see
for a
you.
quick.
Oh, come on over.
Hello.
I've missed you. It's been a
Missed
month.
you. It's been ages. How are you?
I'm really good, are you?
Absolutely fine. Looking very sharp. Loving the
Thank you
haircut.
very much.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Adam.
Yes,
You've got two fabulous Sussex seamstress shows for us today.
I have. I love Sussex seamstress patterns. Jane is amazing. She's just messaged me, actually. She's having a cup of coffee watching, so I best be on
Morning,
form.
Jane. Morning, Jane. Oh, loving these two patterns.
They're lovely.
This hour, it's all about the Rottingdean blouse. This is just beautiful. Here, made in a fabulous William Morris viscose. It's got this beautiful tie at the neckline, really lovely gathered sleeves. These like a 3/4, or are they a full length sleeve?
They're a full length
Full length,
sleeve.
love that. Really pretty detail at the cuff there, and a slightly shorter length. Really, really lovely, isn't it?
Yep.
Really beautiful. So that's our focus for this hour. We'll get straight into it with the all-important pattern. Now, one of the things I love about Sussex seamstress patterns is the size range. And rather than having to buy, be confused about which pattern, there's two different size options, Jane puts them all into one. So your pattern here covers every size from a UK 8 through to a UK 30. That's a fantastic inclusive size range there. For the Rottingdean blouse. So you get your full pattern. Now inside, full instructions, quality, heavy paper pattern. It's so important, isn't it, Adam?
Do you know what? When you want to use patterns again and again, I like it on substantial pattern paper.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Much, much easier to work with as well, easier to lay out, easier to cut round as well. So you've got a really great quality pattern there. Full instructions, detailed instructions as well. Adam, if you were to put a ability level on this blouse, where would it be?
I'd say confident beginner to intermediate,
Okay.
just because the necklines can be a little challenging. It's probably the most challenging part of it, but it really kind of develops your skills in sewing and dressmaking with the lovely sheared cuffs and things.
Oh yeah, love those. And you're going to show us a hack as well, aren't you? So the cuffs are on this example, are done with shirring elastic. Love a bit of shirring. But you're going to show us a way to do it with a little channel and a bit of elastic.
Yeah, and
regular
I'll
elastic.
explain. It's actually comes straight from the designer, so thank you,
Oh,
Jane. A
right.
wonderful idea. Yeah, there's a couple of ways that you can achieve that look.
Oh, lovely. Great. Well, I think it's gorgeous. Grab your pattern while you can. It's $16.99. The details are on screen. Now, fabric-wise, we've got two different options on this hour. We've got some fabulous viscose, and we've also got some beautiful faux silk, and they're all William Morris designs. I can't wait to show you these bundles. So let's start off with the viscose in Golden Lily, which this example's made out of. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? I'm going to turn it around for a second just so you can see across the back. What a stunning fabric that is. Beautiful. Beautiful. Viscose, really easy to sew with, and just gives them the most beautiful drape. So here's the fabric. Now, in the bundle, you're getting 3 metres of viscose in Golden Lily, and that's enough to make the Rottingdean blouse in up to the size 30. So this will make the largest size in the Rottingdean pattern. So you've got plenty of fabric there. Now, if you're making one of the smaller sizes, I would say, depending on which size you're making, you might have enough in here as well to make something like a simple shell top or a little, almost like little vest style top, camisole top.
I mean, I think I made a size 12 in this pattern, and I had a good metre of fabric left.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there'd be something you could do.
Little
for
shell
sure.
top you could make with a metre,
Yeah.
couldn't you, for sure? Or something like an infinity scarf would be lovely. Jean from Essex says, good morning, boys.
Morning,
A
Jean.
question, please. Can I make it a little longer?
Yeah, absolutely. There'd be no reason why you couldn't. I think it's coming up a little bit short on that mannequin, actually. But yeah, you could make it longer, quite simply, I think.
Extend somewhere here.
Yeah, from the waistline.
Yeah. So cut into the waistline of the pattern and add an inch or 2 inches there rather than adding to the hem.
Yeah, I'd do that, yeah. So you keep the shape then.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's a really nice idea, actually, because then you could have a shorter version maybe for, you know, wearing with something like, well, sometimes you just want that longer, yeah, like a high-waisted trouser or something like that. But then you could have maybe a hip-skimming version.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Really, really nice.
Gorgeous. It's a really nice kind of like wear to the office, but also kind of quite dressy for something like a wedding, or you could just for everyday wear. That would be lovely as well, wouldn't it?
I think with that tie detail in a viscose fabric, or even the faux silks that you've got, like you say, a wedding, you could really dress it up. Nice pair of trousers, and it's a beautiful blouse.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Love it in the pattern, but also as well, think of that in something like a silver or a cream faux silk.
Oh, yeah.
That would just be gorgeous. I'm just thinking Honor Blackman. She always
Yeah.
loves the business, didn't she? With those little sort of tie-fronted. Absolutely lovely. Right, so that's your 3 metres of viscose. Golden Lily. This is William Morris. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Vian's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Adam. How are you both?
Morning, I'm well. You're well, aren't you?
I'm really well, thank you. Louise says, yay, morning, Adam and Stuart. I've missed you both. Looking forward to today's shows. Alison Marion's also watching. Morning, Alison.
Morning, Alison.
Now, I've got that same design, but this time in faux silk. This is absolutely Look at the shine on that. Wait till you see the fluidity of this. This is a polyester. Look, isn't that pretty? Just gorgeous. It's just very slightly more challenging to work with.
Yeah, slightly more challenging, but it's just the know-how, using a nice, fine, new needle on your machine.
Something like a Microtex.
Yeah, maybe
Real
a
nice, thin,
Microtex
sharp
might
needle.
work. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, and just when you're cutting it out, because it's quite slippy, you'd maybe want to cut singularly rather than on the fold or whatnot.
I heard a brilliant tip the other day, actually, which was to lay fabric, a bed sheet, on your table first when you're working with more slippery fabrics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just don't cut through it, obviously. Don't do that. But it controls those slippery fabrics. That is beautiful. Look at the price as well. $29.99. Remember, this isn't the per metre price. This is the bundle price. So you're getting all 3 metres. Now, can I ask a favour, Adam?
Yeah.
Will you just grab one corner for me?
Yeah.
Because I just want to show you just how much fabric you're getting for under £30.
There you go.
It is, look, it's all of this.
Keep going.
And the other way, look at that. Absolutely phenomenal value. And I think as well, you can really see that gorgeous drape and that gorgeous shimmer there. That is fab, isn't it? I've only got 7 of these bundles left. Thanks, Adam. Beautifully
That's all
modelled
right.
there. Ruth's got in touch. I bought 4 metres of that faux silk last time you had it. It's just gorgeous. I've been wondering what to make. Ruth, make the Rottingdean. Oh, or actually, the Hove dress
Yeah.
in faux silk.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
in that's in Adam's next hour.
Yeah. Or even the Eastergate
Or the
one as well.
Eastergate.
It's, you know.
Beautiful. And that again, the 3 metre bundle that we've got is enough to make the dress as well, isn't it? Well, 3.5
Yeah, I think
metres
3.5 for the dress.
largest size.
Yes.
But 3 metres would make most of the sizes, I'm guessing. Right, so that's Golden Lily. Next up, I've got Strawberry Thief in navy. Now, this is the viscose version. So again, this is to make up to the size 30 of the Rottingdean blouse. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Real classic William Morris, that. Strawberry Thief in navy. Viscose this time. $29.99 for the 3 metre bundle. It's lovely, isn't it?
I think last month you and I did Strawberry Thief, the faux silk in a blouse actually
We
or a
did.
top.
We did.
Mind you, I love this one because the necktie really shows this type of fabric off,
Yeah,
I think.
it's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. So that's your 3 metre bundle of viscose. Now, I've also got that in a faux silk. Just delicious. This, I think, as well, I mean, amazing for the blouse. Oh, look. Isn't that's the business. Whoa, that is lovely. And also as well, I love how sort of inky, deep that background navy is. It just makes everything else just pop, doesn't it? Gorgeous. Or if you're not making the Rottingdean blouse, what about that for something like a kimono-style dressing gown?
Oh, yeah, very
Oh,
posh.
well, I am. What can I
know.
say? Trying. But that would be lush. Absolutely lush. Gorgeous. Janet's got in touch. Question for you, Adam. She says, morning, please can you tell me how wide the fabric is, as it doesn't say the width of the fabric on any of the fabric bundles. Thank you. Janet, that is a very, very important point and something which we will attend to right now.
I think it's about 58, but you can check it. It's nice and wide. It's a standard dressmaking width, I'm sure.
Let's have a look.
There we go. I still do metric, imperial, you know. It's funny.
60 wide. 60 wide. Fab. That's fab.
Yeah, it's,
I mean, that really puts into $29.99 for 3 metres of 60-inch wide faux silk.
That's it. And obviously, depending on what size you do, I mean, Jane puts a fabulous cutting layout in the patterns, but I actually managed to get side-by-side some pieces.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's always worth having a little fiddle round, isn't it? Just keep an eye on grain lines, but have a little fiddle round. Oh, absolutely love that. Also as well, Adam, something for the boys. What about if you were making a gorgeous navy blue velvet jacket, lining it with that?
Oh, yeah, you've sold that to me straight off.
Or
That's up my
the back
street.
of a waistcoat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a very jazzy back of a waistcoat, but I think that'd be lovely.
Well, you know, formal at the front, party round the back.
That's whatever.
Right.
That'd be lovely. The lining of the jacket and the waistcoat all ties in then. Go all hard.
Now he's on board. Now he gets it. Right, next up. Now, my 3 last options are all, they're viscose only. I don't have faux silks in any of these. So this next one then, this is called Tulip and Willow. Tulip and Willow. And this is one of my favourites, actually. I think this is just so elegant. Tulip and Willow. It's lovely, isn't it? Almost that sort of woodblock printed effect. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, Jane's actually got in touch to say, morning guys, don't forget you can use Best Press to help manage the fabrics too. Really important.
Yes. Yeah, love a bit of Best Press.
Yeah, yeah, just that bit of sizing just to give you a bit more handle to your fabrics. So that is the Tulip and Willow viscose fabric bundle. Again, 3 metres, enough to make the Rottingdean blouse in the largest size 30. Fab, that's the viscose. Now, next up, this is very pretty. This one now, what's this one called? Even Load. Even Load. That's pretty. Yeah, that's gorgeous. That's almost sort of Jacobean looking, isn't it?
Yeah, I've used this for another project and it's beautiful. In fact, it was definitely with you because I remember you saying Jacobean.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Do I just always say the same thing?
No, I'm not saying that. No, but it is. So you described it really
Shady.
well. No, I'm not being shady. You described fabrics really well. It's obviously stuck in my mind.
Memorable, memorable. Good, I like it. $29.99. And then last of all, viscose, again, 3 metre bundle of viscose. Oh, gorgeous. This is called Clover Mural. I want to call it Clover Muriel. Clover Mural.
Do you remember that film, Muriel's Wedding?
Oh, it's one of my
You're
favourite.
terrible, Muriel.
It's Mariel now. You jilted a cop.
I knew you'd know that.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, Dad, Mum, make Dad a cup of tea. I shout that at Charlie all the time. And they'll go, what? What? Oh, tea, of course. Anyway, this is Clover Muriel. Clover Muriel. It's $29.99. It's pounds, not dollars. Oh, it is beautiful, though. That is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. No, that is nice. It's different. It's unusual. Right.
Are you gonna do the whole show?
The whole show.
I love this. I love this fabric, actually, this one.
Yeah, gorgeous. Easy to wear, that one.
Yeah, really, really nice. So we've got a front bodice and we've got some darts in the front. It's actually really hard to see the darts on the pattern fabric. They're disguised really well. But that gives the shaping. And then you've got this lovely necktie that's incorporated into the neckline. So it's almost... Well, it is. It's the collar and...
So you can see, look.
Yeah.
So you've
There
got
you
that
go.
sort of deep V.
Yeah.
Not too deep, though. You've got that V.
That's it.
Then you've got this into a collar, haven't you?
Yeah.
It is a lovely design. I really like that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and the sleeves and the hem. So I can talk us through some of the bits, but we'll start with the bodice. I've already sewn one of the darts in. So I'm going to press that one downwards and we'll sew the other one together. So I'm just using my tailor's ham here. And I just want to make sure that that dart is laying nice and flat.
Now, why would you use a ham for this?
It gives the shaping. If you think, you know, the bust is round, the tailor's ham is round, it's putting shape into the garment.
Understood. Tailor's ham on screen, $11.99. It's the kind of thing you'll buy once and you'll have it forever. And it's always there when you want to basically press shape into things, isn't it?
That's it, exactly that. And you can get the sleeve press as well, which is handy. If you're going more into doing tailoring, especially for jackets and things, these are essential tools.
Yeah.
I know
I use mine when I'm bag making, though, as well, just to put
Yeah.
inside the bag when I want to press a seam. You know, when the bag's
Yeah.
constructed, but you want to give it a press. You've just made something 3D. The last thing you want to do is put it on an ironing board and iron it flat again.
Exactly, and then put creases into
Yeah.
other places. I remember ironing shirts as a kid, and my nan would always go, "Don't put more creases into it." Right, so I've actually marked with some thread. A tailor's tacked the end of the dart there from the pattern piece, and I've drawn on my dart with some tailor's chalk. Well, actually, in this case, it's been a heat erasable pen. I'm just going to match all that up nicely I'm going to pin it, and I'm going to sew from the wide end of the dart to the point.
Okay.
Because the thing with darts always is to make them vanish into nothing,
Okay.
which again, pressing in your hand really helps.
Yes.
But I don't want to back stitch at the end of the dart because that will create bulk, and that's exactly the opposite of what I want. So instead of back stitching, when I get to the end, all I'm going to do is run off the fabric. And at that point, I'm going to not snip my thread. So if you've got a fancy machine that automatically cuts, don't do that. And I'm just going to tie those off. So back stitch at the beginning. I'm just following this line that I've chalked on, coming up to the end of the dart. I can remove my tailor's tack now, that can go. And I'm just going to literally come off of the fabric, and then I'm just going to lift my foot and lift the needle as well. If it'll let me do that, there we go. And then I'm just going to pull that off. So I'm going to leave plenty of thread tails there. I'm just going to separate them as well. And then I can just tie it off.
Got you.
And to be honest, before back stitching was a thing on machines, this is how you'd finish off. You'd pull the thread from one side to the other and tie it off at the end.
Yeah.
All these modern back stitching machines now, back when it was
Right.
the old
School
thing.
works.
Yeah.
Old school works, doesn't it?
So I'm just going to press this again, always pressing downwards so it lies nice and flat. And then you've got your darts in, which is
Lovely.
fantastic. So that's one element done. I'm just going to press it from the other side and make
It
sure
is one
it
of
goes
those
into
sort of
zero.
telltale signs, though, isn't it? You know, when something's, I don't know, it's something they're always pointing out on Sewing Bee. The
Yeah.
darts, you know, not having that little, almost like a little nipple, isn't it?
Yeah, like
Well,
a
it
bit.
is, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
the best way to describe it, I think, where it just has that little almost flap,
Yeah, and you don't want that.
pointy.
Yeah, it's unflattering.
No.
And the same reason for, like, you'll notice as the more advanced you get, bust darts tend to sit about an inch away from what we call the apex, which I can't put that any more politely than
Understood.
the nipple.
Right.
That, more or less.
Yes.
So it's the fullest part of the bosom.
You haven't seen mine.
I never thought for a career, you know, I'd be coming on TV and talking about this. But here we go, it's all important. And that's to give a flattering line.
Yes.
Okay, so we've done the bust darts. Now we're going to do, there's a little bit of a facing that goes into this V, and that's just to support and strengthen that. It's only a very little piece, look. Take note, as you were saying earlier, about grain lines and things. And we've got the arrow to show where to run the grain. And I've just already pre-pressed this up by 1 centimetre along the outside V and the top. Then what I'm going to do is take that and I'm going to match it right sides together with the V here. I'm just going to put a couple of pins in. Again, if you're using the faux silk, and even with the viscose really, nice sharp pins. You don't want blunt pins going through your faux silk or this, you know, finer fabric.
No. Something like bridal pins.
Yeah,
Lingerie.
silk pins or... There we go. Now, I've pressed it over by 1 centimetre at the top. We're not going to start sewing right from the edge. We're going to start 1 centimetre in.
Okay.
So it should be where that crease is, where you've pressed it. There's your
Okay.
centimetre. Okay, so now we can just put it under the machine.
Kirsty likes us reminiscing about Muriel's wedding. She says, morning, Stuart and Adam. I love Muriel's wedding. I can't hear I do without thinking of her marching down the aisle. Why haven't more people had that as their wedding march song?
I know.
It's perfect, isn't it?
It is really, yeah, when you think about it. Now, what you can do, because we've got a pivot on this corner, you could mark your centimetre at the bottom of that V as well, so you know exactly where
You're
to
going to
start.
pivot.
Yeah, I'm going to pivot.
What would you have as your walking down the aisle song?
Oh, gosh. I I don't know. You put me on the spot.
We had Mamas and Papas, It's Getting Better. Well, I think it might be Mama Cass, actually. It's Getting Better.
Oh, yeah. Do I know that one? I bet I'd know it if I heard it. Right, there
You
we
want
go.
to sing it? I can't sing it for licensing.
Go on, sing it, Stuart. Hum it.
Well, it starts, first I believed that when love came to me, it will come with rockets, bells and poetry.
Oh, yeah, I do.
But with me and you, it just started quietly and grew. Oh, I'll sing the whole thing.
He's like, oh,
It's a
go on
lovely
then. And then
song.
he's off.
It's a lovely song.
Yeah. It sounds it.
Yeah. And then we signed the register to a song by Billy Currington called Love Me Like My Dog. But, which everyone always laughs at, but it was lovely because the song is about basically saying to kind of your nearest and dearest, I wish you loved me like my dog, which anyone who's got a dog will know exactly what that means.
Absolutely.
Kind of unconditionally, kind
Yeah.
of just there, kind of.
Well, we're
No.
big dog people, as you know. I'm going to say that to Jason when I get home. I'm going to go, love me like the dog.
Love me like the dog. Yeah. Although he does also mention about, it doesn't cost me anything to take him out.
Yeah.
A little bit cheap. Carol says, lovely rendition, Stuart. Thank you, Carol.
Yeah, it was nice.
Do you know, I was in Oliver many years ago and I was given the only non-singing role in the entire musical, which I thought was rude.
Yeah. What is the only non-singing
I
role?
was Mr. Brownlow,
Oh,
his
yeah.
grandfather.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What was that, at school? Was that at school?
No. Before I did Sewing Bee, I had a brush with amateur operatics, or apparently not, with the local amateur operatic society.
Yeah.
So I was given the part of Mr. Brownlow
Oh, no.
when the person who was playing Mr. Brownlow mysteriously got ill.
You didn't trip him down the stairs, did you?
I didn't.
All I've done is turn that facing now to the wrong side.
Yeah.
And those parts that we'd got pressed under are all underneath now. And I'll
Got
just
you.
give it another press. I'm just going to snip this little, you call them in quilting like dog ears, don't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
We're just going to get rid of that at the V point
Yeah.
there. So we've not got that poking out. Then all I'm going to do is pop some pins in and just stitch along that V section now, just the outside edge of that.
Just on the machine?
Just on the machine,
From
yeah.
the front or the back?
I'm going to do it from the back because it's easier to see.
Okay.
I'm actually sewing in white thread. That's more for you to see the stitching today. If you were wanting to and you were making a really nice blouse, maybe in the faux silk, then maybe you'd want to hand finish this section.
Yes. We had a question, by the way, while you're sewing, if I can pose the question
Yeah.
to you. And this is from Janet, who's in West Yorkshire, who says, morning, Stuart and Adam. I have a FOF and always struggle, it's a type of sewing machine, FOF, struggle with tension when sewing viscose-type fabrics. Any tips? Thank you.
I have to be honest, I've never sewn on is it a faff? What does
I
it
think
call?
in German it's FOF.
FOF.
Most people say faff.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's pronounced FOF. The FOF machine.
So I haven't got any experience. I'm quite lucky that with this machine, is it like kind of self-regulates the tension, and a lot of machines do that now. But general rule is, it'd be interesting to know whether it's the bobbin thread that seems loose or it's the top thread, because that makes a difference as to whether you tighten the top thread tension or the bobbin tension. And the bobbin tension is usually controlled by a little tiny screw in the bobbin mechanism. It'd be one of those things that you really need somebody to have a little look at it.
Yeah.
But if it's only happening when you're sewing finer fabrics, maybe using best press or just stabilising the fabric a little bit as it's going through the machine might help. Maybe it's just getting caught in the feed dogs a little bit.
Yeah.
On my machine, I'm lucky enough to have a plate that swaps out, and it goes from having a wider gap for a zigzag to a little tiny
I was just
pinhole.
going to say, do you think a straight stitch needle plate would help?
Definitely, because it would stop finer fabrics getting caught
Yeah.
underneath, and that might be what's happening, that the bobbin thread is getting tangled too much on finer fabrics. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
So there you
Adam.
go. But yeah, it'd be a case if somebody could look at it for you, or you can have a look and try and diagnose what it is. Is it the top tension that's out, or is it the bottom tension? Yeah. Wonderful. So I've sewn that V there, and then all I'm going to do now, this is going to feel a little bit strange, is I'm just going to snip just above where that V placket is, because we're going to be sewing onto there. So there we go. I've just snipped into there, and that's
show
prepared.
Me where you snipped?
Yeah. Let me just move that on the side a second. It's actually where your notch is. So do you see?
I can see now.
Just above.
Yep.
My fingers are in the way. Yeah, that facing part is
on
where
both
you
sides.
On both sides, because that's where we're going to sew the collar and the tie part of the blouse too. And then eventually all of that bit will get enclosed, the seam allowance and everything else. So we're just going to put that to a side for a moment. I'll talk about the tie part and we'll prep that. I started prepping a little bit before the show. So you've got two parts to this tie, and it's basically an arrowhead part. So you cut two of these and you sew them together at the shortest ends and give it a press. So press your seam allowance open. Now this is where it's really important to pay attention to your grain lines, as you were saying earlier, Stuart, because this piece is actually cut on the bias, which is a 45-degree angle to the grain of the fabric. And Jane, I was watching her YouTube video. She's got some great, videos on how to and things. And she said that she'd trialled this cutting the tie part on the straight of grain, but she felt that it just hung and draped better on the bias, which I agree with her that, it being on the bias gives that lovely drape. So make sure that you do pay attention. And there's a little arrow on the pattern piece I can show you in a bit that shows you exactly where to put it. And that's why it's important to take note of those notations. So I've sewn one side. We're now sewing up the longer side, and there's a little notch, and you sew from there, and you sew the arrowhead point. And then you're just going to snip into, let me get some scissors. You're going to snip into, or snip the corners just to reduce the bulk. Now this is quite a fine fabric, so we're not having to go mad doing this. But if it's a bulkier fabric that you're using, you might want to grade your seam allowance, which means to trim down the seam allowance a little bit. Okay, so that's one side done. I'll show you exactly how it's done on this other side. So I'm just going to match up my points here. And do that with a pin as well. I don't know whether it's easy. Yeah, okay, you can see. And then there's a little notch, and your notches should always match. May they always match.
Oh, that's like almost like a benediction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Blessing.
Yeah.
May your points always match.
So
I would say maybe, may your bobbin always be full.
That's it. May your bobbin always be full. May your notches always match. Or may your points always match it, like you say, if you're quilting.
Oh, now this is when our sewing community rally. I love it. Lynn's got in touch to say, I'm just wondering if the lady who's having problems sewing viscose on the machine, if a tearaway stabiliser would help. What a good idea.
Yeah, that
It'll
would.
be a tearaway.
Yeah, and it's kind of sometimes just starting off.
Lynn.
That's a really great suggestion, but sometimes just, starting off with finer fabrics. I've known people to use like a tissue paper.
Yeah.
Which is another idea. Yeah, tear away.
Just behind the fabric, start sewing on that and then just tear it off at the end.
Yeah, that'd be the same, and it gets you started. Sometimes machines can have a little bit of trouble starting off and finishing off on finer fabrics.
Great.
And it's not a fault of the machine. It's just the fact that the fabric is fine, and it's just knowing the tips and tricks, and that's a great one.
Yeah, well, like you said, not every machine has issues like that at all, or it might be something else. Sewing machines are like people; they've got their quirks.
Yeah.
Now, don't forget, this is all about the Rottingdean blouse by Sussex Seamstress, another fabulous pattern from Jane, named after Rottingdean in Sussex. The pattern is for this gorgeous tie neckline blouse in sizes 8 to 30. So remember, you don't have to pick your size. One size pattern for all. Starts with a UK 8 right through to a UK 30. The fabric bundles that we've got are 3-metre bundles, and they're enough to make the largest size. How are you getting on, Adam?
Wonderful. So I've just sewn the other side. Literally, it's a centimetre seam allowance, and it's a centimetre seam allowance throughout with this pattern. And all I'm going to do now is turn those out. Now, the temptation would be, for anybody that's done like belt ties like this before, is to sew the whole thing and leave a small turning gap. But can you see my turning gap is actually quite wide?
It's huge.
That's because that part is the collar part, if you like. So that's going to go to the neckline.
Gotcha.
So I'm just turning this out, right side out now. And this is where a little turning tool helps. I think I've got mine in here.
Lovely. This is the Prim turning tool, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got on the show, actually. There it is. Oh, no, that's different. That's wrong. That's not the right thing. Yeah, no, that's not the right thing.
What have we got instead?
A loop turner, like for rouleau loop.
Yeah.
That wouldn't do it.
No, but that's an equally
good
great
tools.
thing to have.
Yeah.
This is just the right shape.
Yes.
And people could say, oh, well, you could do it with the end of your scissors. Don't, because you'll go through your fabric.
Oh, I know. Yeah, don't do that.
You know, you could use a knitting needle again.
Oh, I've never done that, Adam.
You could, I mean, I have definitely in the past, but...
No, I have. More than one.
But you do just have to be careful. But I just find it's only a little tub, but it's nice because it's got the curved edge as well, which just helps press out like those bits, look.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know you're not going to go through your fabric.
Carol's message to say morning all, morning lovely.
Morning.
Christine's got in touch to say morning gorgeous boys. Take that. How are you both doing? Seems like ages since you've been on Sewing Street. Adam, it's been a while since you've been on.
Yeah.
What's that been on?
Yeah, I think maybe I was on just before Christmas. I think it was like 21st of December.
That's right. We were together.
Yeah, we were. That's it.
And then I did loads of days in early January and then had a big gap.
Yeah, so that's probably why it feels like a while, and then we're both back with a vengeance.
Back with a bang.
Muriel's wedding and a bit of singing.
I know.
Right, I'm just pressing this now, but what I'm doing is I'm just rolling that seam. You'll have more time to finesse this, just so that the seam stays right on the edge. So if you just roll it between your fingers, you'll get it there. A little trick. Okay, so that's that, and I'm going to do the same the other side. It's so important to press as you go along.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, the temptation is to skip onto the next bit and press it at the end, but then you can't quite get it as neat as if you do it as you go along. So again, I'm going to press that. And then what I'm going to continue to do at this stage is to press under 1 centimetre on one side, because that's the side that's going to enclose all the raw edges on the neckline.
Ah, okay.
So it's done a little bit like a collar on a shirt.
Oh, I see, yes.
It's dead easy to do this bit because it's a continuation of the seam that you've just sewn.
Oh, it's lovely. I really like the neckline.
Yeah, it's a nice finish.
It is a really nice finish.
And again, that's what I appreciate, and that's why, you know, it's a good pattern, because, you know, we could have just sewn it on and neatened it with a zigzag
Absolutely.
or whatever.
I'm just going to turn this back so you can have a look. I don't know if you can pick that up, but just to show you. So this is that edge now along here where Adam's turned under 1 centimetre, and then obviously it's going to be joined on with the unturned side, raw edge to raw edge, stitched on, and then that pre-folded edge turned over the top of the raw edges, and then just top stitched. You top stitch from the outside.
I top stitch from the
Oh, from
inside.
the inside, yeah. Just to catch everything.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's a lovely finish.
I mean, ideally, you'd be doing it from the wrong side and stitching the ditch.
Yeah.
And the best way to achieve that is to hand baste it in first. It's quite a lot of steps. So if you're wanting to a quicker version, I'll show you what I did.
Well, also as well, on a heavily patterned fabric like this,
You're not going to see
you're
it.
not really going to see that stitching anyway, so it's quite forgiving.
Absolutely. Right,
Just want to quickly mention, there was a couple of notions that you need for the Rottingdean: shirring elastic and interfacing. So I'll just mention the shirring elastic first. Now, with 2 options, you can either go with black or white. The black reel first, you get 20 metres, and essentially you wind this onto your bobbin.
Yeah, by hand.
By hand, so you just wind it round. So don't use the winding mechanism. We did shirring on the sewing bee, Adam, and I got a clue. So I'm there winding shirring elastic on using the automatic bobbin winder. Anne Rowley, the queen of dressmaking, is sitting behind me with the camera crew with her, saying, fortunately, very loudly, "Now never use the bobbin winder. You must wind the shirring elastic by hand." And as she's saying it, I'm reaching for my bobbin and unraveling. Yes, always do it by hand. Anyway, you wind it on your bobbin. That's the black, plenty there, and then white. Any colour preference for this? Black or white would do with these?
It would, yeah. I mean, to be honest, the way this fabric's woven, the wrong side of the fabric is actually white. So for this, I'd go with the white.
Go with the whites, yeah. Perhaps if you're using this one in particular, go with the white.
Yes.
But the others, you could use the black.
Yes.
Anyway, black or white, your choice. You can also make gorgeous little babies. Sundresses and things, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
Shirring elastic. Gorgeous. Oh. And then the other thing is some soft interfacing just for that neckline. This is Soft and Light H180 from Vliseline. £2.99, and for the pack you get, it's 90 centimetres wide and you get half a metre of it.
And trust me, it is one of those that should be a stock item if you're dressmaking regularly.
Oh, yeah.
You know, or even just doing a couple of projects, you'll always need a bit of interfacing somewhere, you can guarantee.
For sure, for sure.
I'm just pressing these shoulder seams open, but you could finish them off and press them to the back. By finishing them off, overlocker if you've got one, or a zigzag. Yep. We'll do the trick.
Julie's message say, looking very smart today, Adam.
Thank you very much, Julie.
Very nice. Teresa from Northumberland says, how could I reduce the depth of the neckline like that? Now, would just point out, Teresa, and there's your neckline, which I agree does feel quite deep. However, look, when you tie, do you see? If I just show you, here's with the tie done up, and if I flip that back for a second, it's about 1.5 inches lower down. Do you see? So the neckline isn't actually anything like as deep as that.
No, that's it. It's accommodating for the tie.
Yeah. Could you reduce the depth? It would be complex, wouldn't it? Because all of this measurement would change.
Yes, it would. It's possible. But I'd say that you need to have a little bit of pattern drafting experience. So you'd need to do a little bit of maths and work it out, because you've got the facing part.
Yeah.
So what you'd have to do is redraft the neckline. So if you to bring it 1 inch up.
Yeah. And
then once you've redrafted the neckline, then you'd need to redraft the facing part, which would be basically taking the pattern off the newly drafted V. Yeah. Then it would be a case of making sure that all marries in with the tie. So it'd be just replacing the notch on the tie, so it's a little bit further towards the centre, because it'll be higher, if that makes sense. Yeah. So it's doable.
Do you know what I'd do, Adam? I'd make a modesty flap.
Modesty flap.
Would.
Yeah.
I've done those, though. It's literally just a triangle, overlocked, folded down the top, and then you just put 2 little loops on that basically go over the bra straps. So it sits on your bra, so it comes across here, a little triangle, almost like a little bib. So it would just come across. So it would come across here.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You could use the same fabric or a contrast fabric.
Yeah.
You could buy them, but you could make it in the same fabric, and then you could wear it with sometimes, without sometimes.
Yeah.
Be a lot easier to do that than redraft the neckline.
Yeah.
Let's just remind you of the gorgeous fabrics that we've got. Let's start with the Golden Lily viscose. That's the one that the Rottingdean's made of. 3 metres. It's 60-inch wide. Beautiful William Morris V&A collection. I know. Beautiful, 100% viscose. Beautiful, easy to sew. Easy to sew, £29.99 for 3 metres, and that's enough to make the largest size. Now, we've also got it in a faux silk. This is polyester faux silk. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think as well that quilted smoking jacket.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I know they're not fashionable anymore, but goodness me. Oh, it's sold out.
Oh, is
Perhaps,
it?
perhaps they are in fashion. What do I know?
Do you know what? I was watching Mary Poppins the other night, and Mr. Banks at the top of the show in a smoking jacket, and he takes his pipe from the fireplace, and they're like, oh.
Absolutely gorgeous. Right, Clover Muriel. Clover Muriel. This is the Clover Mural viscose. You're terrible, Muriel.
You're terrible.
Who'd want to marry me? This is the one you've been demoing in, though.
Yeah. It is.
You've got to find friends on your own level, Muriel. You can't hang around with us anymore. How many have I got left of those?
Were you in this
Just
film?
8 left. Oh, do you know, it's Charlie and my... You know those films that are your go-to?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, let's just watch Muriel's wedding. Next up, Strawberry Thief in viscose. This is the Strawberry Thief in viscose. Navy blue. Absolute classic, isn't it? When I think of William
Beautiful.
Morris, I think Strawberry Thief. And then I've also got that in a faux silk. Absolutely delicious. It's almost got a sort of metallic look, hasn't it? It's just, oh, it's like mercury. Beautiful. Like I say, if you don't want to do the Rottingdean, what about a gorgeous kimono style throw over or a dressing gown, or you could do gorgeous like pyjama pants.
Yeah.
Boxer shorts.
Oh.
Jenny has messaged in from Tipperary. And she says, would this work in a cotton lawn?
Yeah. It won't have as much drape.
No.
So the tie might be a little bit stiffer on the front.
Yeah.
But then lawn is a softer cotton.
It
So
really
I think
is,
it would be
isn't it?
lovely.
Yeah.
I think it would be lovely.
beautiful. Yeah, that would be nice. Tulip and willow viscose. This is that navy blue. Gorgeous. Really elegant, that one. $29.99. The price on these bundles is amazing, isn't it? Whether you're buying these to make the Rottingdean or whether you're buying these to stash, they're a great buy. And then the last one that we've got, this is the Even Load. It's probably Even Load, isn't it? I don't know. I always say Even Load, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Even Load.
It just reminds me of like you must load this van with an even load.
An even load. Even load. Exactly. I'll carry it for you, but make sure it's an even load. No, I know. I was thinking the same. If anybody knows how we are supposed to say it, do let us know. It's the
But then
only
is
way
it
we
like
learn.
even song? Like there's even song,
There
isn't there?
is.
So is it? I don't know. But
Yeah.
I'm just
Yes.
thinking out loud.
You could be a country vicar. Welcome to Evensong.
Welcome.
You'd make a good country vicar, I feel.
I've got too many sins.
All right, moving on. So those are our fabric bundles. That's everything, isn't it? The pattern. From Sussex Seamstress, it's the Rottingdean blouse. Size 8 to 30, all sizes on the pattern. Great, good quality paper, great instructions. And as I say, sizes 8 to 30. Cheryl's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart, Adam, and friends. Good morning, lovely.
Morning. Right, just to finish off, I will talk about the shearing and I'll explain what we're doing with this neckline to finish off. So I've just sewn the raw edges right sides together, and that bit we pressed over earlier, remember?
Yep.
That's just going to come down now into the neckline, and I'm going to line that edge right up with the stitching line that I've used to attach or sew the collar. And we're going to do that all the way around, taking that nice, neat pressed edge to the stitching line there. And if you line it up nicely with the stitching line, when you sew it on the wrong side, you've got half a chance of stitching in the ditch, more or less. If you use a nice matching thread as well, that'll help.
Yes.
And then just to explain what happens at the edge near that V, it'll all come round and enclose itself in. So you want to make sure that that seam allowance is pressed up. So you press it before you do this stage, and then make sure that that seam allowance sits up and just meets that bit of interfacing that you'd popped in there. And then you're just going to take your time and sew that all the way round. Now, if it's your first time doing it, maybe you want to put a basting stitch by hand in first. It'd be well worth doing that, especially on the faux silks, to get that really nice finish. And then you just sew all the way around that bit. And that's the construction part done, really, apart from the side seams and the hem. To talk about the sleeves, there's a couple of things that you could do. Shearing elastic, you'd put the shearing on the bobbin, like you've explained, hand wind it on. If you've got a machine that has an automatic thread cutter, don't use that, because your machine probably won't like it. But you just like gathering, you leave some threads and then you sew a line. It's about 2 centimetres in from the edge with this pattern, but it's completely up to you how much shearing you do. And then you sew it and it'll automatically gather up with the shearing elastic, and then you do a further 2 rows which are equidistant from one another.
Yeah, just 3 rows. Yeah.
Now, if you don't like shearing, or your machine doesn't like shearing, because some machines don't like having the shearing elastic on the bobbin, what you can do is make some self-made bias tape in the same fabric. And this is Jane's idea, and I think it's a wonderful suggestion. And then to take the sleeve bit, so at the sleeve hem where the shearing is, and to sew the bias on the bottom like a channel.
Yes.
And then once you've got the channel, you could use some thicker elastic, about 1 centimetre wide, it'd be absolutely fine. Measure it around your wrist, how tight you want it to be, and then feed it through the channel that you've made, and then just catch the elastic in at the sides. That would be a more than apt version to do it that way. When you're doing anything like this on the cuffs, it is a little bit different. Usually we'd sew the underarm seam and then hem it.
Yeah.
But what we're wanting to do is trap that elastic in that underneath seam. So you can hem your sleeve first, then do your shearing or apply your bias tape. Do your elastic, and then when you sew and finish off the underarm seam, you're going to catch all of those shearing elastics.
Of course, yes.
So just give it that extra bit of durability for when it's going through the wash and whatnot. And then
you just overlock the edges.
Overlock the edge. That's it, exactly. It's really pretty, and I really love that little detail on the sleeve.
I think it's a gorgeous sleeve. I think that's really, really gorgeous, because this adds a little bit more formality. This adds a bit of femininity and a bit of frill.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, love that. Bit of playfulness. It's gorgeous. Really love that design. Oh, Adam, thank you. Loads and loads of tips, as always.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for having me. It's been a pleasure so far, and I'm looking forward to the Eastergate
dress.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I promise.
Sign off there. Halfway down the motorway, calling him, come back.
You've got a frock to sew.
See you at 11.
I will
See you
do.
at 11. Awesome. Great. And I'll see you after this. We've got a fabulous new quilt design from Rope and Anchor from Tracy. So I'll see you after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafters Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Hello you, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, this is Tracy Perks.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Stuart.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you.
Good to have you back.
Thank you.
This is Tracy Perks from Rope and Anchor. And fabulous, fabulous new pattern to share today is hanging behind me. It's the Big Heart. Absolutely beautiful. I love that. What a gorgeous scrappy quilt. What a gorgeous quilt to make in gorgeous purples and pinks or, well, your favourite colours.
Yeah, and you know the backing that I've done in this, you probably can't see it on camera, but I've used all those scraps of whites and creams that you can't get to match again.
Yeah.
So it's a great one for, you know, getting rid of all of those scraps as well.
Gorgeous. Love that. We're going to launch straight into it. We'll start off with the pattern on its own. So the pattern on its own is for the Big Heart. I'm just going to pop that just to one side for a second. So here is the pattern. It's called the Big Heart. And the quilt itself is 72 inches square. So a really good size for putting on a bed, a double bed, a queen size bed. That would fit beautifully.
Yeah, and you can make it bigger as well if you want, but you can add a border around it as well.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. I like what you do though. You add pom-poms, don't you, all around the outside
Love
edge.
a pom-pom.
Love a pom-pom. So you get full instructions there. You've got your layout diagram. You've got all your cutting instructions. What I love about Tracy's patterns is every single row is broken down. So rather than having to scramble around on the floor, you can actually just use the strip that you're working on. You can build up the strip. You can do that on the table because you don't have a big floor at home to work on.
I have a really small floor space.
Why is that?
Because I live on a narrowboat and we have the little boat now. Because I've outgrown my little space, we've now got the floating studio called the Little Boat.
Gorgeous.
That's got all my sewing stuff in, but I still don't have a lot of floor space.
No. So this is great. So you don't have to scrabble on the floor. You work on it row by row. And then you put the rows together. So everything is mapped out. Also love the fact that you've got like a little tick box down the side. So when you've made that row, tick it off, move on to the next. You've got how many units you need in each section, how many half square triangles, how many full squares, how much background. It really is, everything is spelled out for you. You've got a colouring sheet so that if you want to recolour your own version, you can. You've got space to stick your fabrics, to create a swatch board. Just lovely, absolutely lovely. And the price, £12 for that. So that's the pattern on its own. Now, what about a full kit? Let's start off with Liberty. This is gorgeous. So all beautiful Liberty red fabrics to start. The price is amazing. Now remember, £76.99 is for all of your fabric to make a 72-inch square quilt, plus your pattern included as well. That is phenomenal, and this is Liberty. So you've got Emily Bell, you've got Wiltshire Shadow, you've also got some different designs from a recent range. Now this range, oh gosh, now then, trying to remember what it's called. Something Garden, I think. Gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. And you could even add in a few reds from your stash if you wanted an even scrappier look, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So you get 2.5 metres of fabric in your Liberty, and then you also get 3 metres of ivory solid to create your background. all for £76.99. Would that include Arthur's Garden? That's it. Would that include enough for the binding?
You should be able to get enough for the binding out of it, but the pattern doesn't include binding or backing.
Okay.
Okay, so, but there's normally a little bit extra, and you'll probably have enough to make a scrappy
Yeah, you could
binding.
do a scrappy binding.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
would be really nice. That would be really nice. So that's all of your fabric in the Liberty version, £76.99. Now, if you want to make something which is a little more akin to Tracy's original, all those gorgeous purples and pinks, we've got what we've called a tonal bundle to do that with. So this is gorgeous and amazing value. So you get your pattern, of course. I can't believe the price of these bundles.
I know, they're lovely.
It's amazing. So this one, £53.99. You get 3 meters of white for your background, and then you get ½ meters. Look at these. Absolutely gorgeous mottles in pinks and lavenders and purple, fuchsia there, lavender, light pink. There's your purple. And is that sky blue? Blue, just blue. I'd call that sky, but there we go. What do I know? £53.99.
There's a lot of fabric there.
There's a huge amount.
Yeah.
5.5 meters, in fact. 5.5 meters plus your pattern for £53.99. I think these bundles are going to sell out very, very quickly. Very limited stock, actually. Very limited stock. If you want any of the bundles, grab them now. Okay, now, how do we get started?
Right, so I was, Jess sent me the Liberty range because it's one of her favourites. So, to get started, my patterns are great for if you're a beginner quilter, because they're squares and half square triangles, and also if you're a confident quilter and you want to whip something up in a weekend or a day. So, but I'm going to show you how I cut my fabric for a start off.
Because you're a big fan of stripology.
I love the stripology, really.
Yeah.
I love
think
it.
if you're doing a lot of strips, a lot of squares, stripology is your best friend.
It really is. It used to take me about 3 hours to cut one of my quilts out. It takes me about half an hour.
Amazing.
You know, and it saves all that backache, hip ache, feet ache, you know. So what I do is I get my fabric and I make sure that the selvage edge is at the top. And the secret to this is to, let me just move, can I just move that across?
Yeah, definitely.
Either you use the ruler as your guide, so don't use the ruler and the cutting mat because you'll get into a bit of a pickle. So let me just move that over a little bit.
So what are you lining up there?
So I am lining up, in fact, the ruler is upside down. There's 2 different ways to use this ruler.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could use the ruler this way, using ½ inch increments.
Yeah.
But I want to use the inch ones. So I'm going to cut 3.5 inch squares. And you've got a white line here, a white line here.
Yeah.
If you're using a dark fabric, so you can square up on that. And if you're using a lighter fabric, you can use the black line there. And then across the bottom here, I'll just show you, across the bottom here, you've got, in the squares, 2.5 inch cuts. So a lot of us use 2.5 inches. So you don't need to think, oh, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, etc. You just go, all right, square, square, square. And if you're cutting strips of 1.5 inch, that's your star there. So again, you don't need to add them up. But today I'm going to cut up 3.5 inch strips.
Okay. So you line up either a white line or a black line, and that's the bottom fold of your fabric.
Yes.
You line those up.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. And then I'm going to cut this strip off here. So your raggedy edge there, I'm going to cut that off, and then I'm going to cut up here. So you get your rotary cutter, and
now, can I just move you over slightly because we won't see that, I'm afraid.
yeah, I just need to.
If you push your sewing machine that away a tiny bit.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank
that's
you.
Better.
I'll regret moving that sewing machine in a minute.
Oh, you better.
Yeah. So I'm just going to cut that edge off here. And what you do is you get your rotary cutter and you just go in gently like that for a
Sort of
start.
rock it in place,
Rock it
don't
in,
you?
yeah. And again, I want to go for 3.5. Just rock it in. And it just guides all the way up, and then you take it out at the edge there. So, there we go. I don't want that bit.
Perfect.
And
presumably, if you wanted to cut multiple 3.5 strips, you can just keep going.
yeah, I would, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd just keep going and going. So I'll show you on this bit here. And this is where, did I learn my 3.5 times table? So,
Oh, probably not.
probably not,
But
sorry.
we can do quick maths.
So I'm going to go 3.5, 7, 10.5, 14, 17.5. Now, here, this is interesting because it goes up to 20, but it actually goes up to 21 inches.
Yeah.
So you can use the edge of the ruler there, and there we have.
Oh, amazing.
There we have all of our.
Look at that.
Look at those.
I told you stripology was your best friend.
They are accurate. They are
Yeah.
accurate and neat. There's no frayed edges. Yeah.
And you didn't have to keep moving your ruler across. So normally, if you're just using a ruler, you're going to have to keep moving it across 3.5 inches, move it across 3.5 inches. But there, you just went slice, 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 slice.
Yeah.
And presumably, you can have 4, 6 layers of fabric under the ruler
yeah.
if you want.
I've gone to about 6.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
I
go
wouldn't
much
go
more
beyond 6.
than that. But and also, it doesn't move because it's got a nice grippy finish on the underside of it
Yeah.
as well. So it's not going to move, and you just make sure you hold your hands out of the way.
Yeah, it's a great investment actually, especially if you do a lot of strips and squares, but you can also cut things like half square and quarter square triangles. You can use the XL to square up blocks and also to cut larger background blocks as well, can't you?
Yeah, so and the other thing that I'm going to explore a bit more, you can do 60-degree angles.
Yeah.
So you'll
60
cut
and
a,
45, yeah.
cut a strip, and then you will lay your fabric along here, and you've got that lovely diamond shape.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Loads to explore.
Absolutely loads.
Cool.
I love it.
Can I get rid of this for you?
You can.
Do you still need your cutting mat?
I do need a smaller cutting mat.
That's fine. I'll
Yep.
get rid of that, and you have a
Thank
smaller
you.
one under the table with your iron.
With my iron. Fabulous.
Awesome.
So, right, okay. We are going to look at half square triangles now.
Okay. So a lot of the body of the heart is made from your squares, but then you do have the half square triangles that create the shape.
Yep.
Here and along the sides, and those are made with half square triangles.
Yes. Yeah, so they're all very simple. So what I would do is I get a pen or a... Oh, yeah, we've got the friction pen
Yeah, we've got
there.
a friction pen, Frixion pen.
Friction pen.
There
My
we
ruler's
go.
not long enough, but...
That's all right, I can get you a longer ruler than that.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mark down here with the pen.
There we go.
Fantastic. Just a mark, you can do it with these friction pens are great.
Yeah.
We sell these, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Details are on screen, £3.99. That's the friction pen in green.
Great. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch mark down that side, using that the pen mark as a guide, and then I'm going to turn it around and sew that again, and then we'll be ready for...
So you're sewing 1/4 inch either side of the drawn line?
Yep.
Awesome. Don't forget as well, if you're an absolute beginner and it helps you, you can also mark on your sewing line. So you could draw a line down the middle and a line 1/4 inch either side, and then just sew on the outer lines.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the... I should have done a brighter colour. You see it on the back. No, you can't.
Right.
And then I'm just going to go down the other side. And I use the edge of my foot. So, right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut that. Have we got a small sewing mat? Oh,
Cutting mat.
cutting mat, sorry.
Yes, we do. It's
Look
right
at
there.
that.
Right there where you needed it.
Perfect.
Now, do you need your longer ruler to cut down
Yeah,
the
I
middle?
do really, yeah. For health and safety and all of that,
Yeah.
yeah. So I've sewn either, quarter of an inch either side of that. I'm just going to trim up there, and we have the start of our half square triangles.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to
Love
press
the crispness of red and white together. Yeah. It's just gorgeous, isn't it?
It is lovely, yeah, really is. So we're going to press these open. Or swizzle.
Swizzle.
Do a little swizzle.
I like a bit of swizzling.
Yeah. And to the dark side. Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
lovely. Thank you. I need to get one of these. These are
I know they're brilliant,
fab,
aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, none of us have got enough space, or as
Well,
much space as we'd like, so...
Yeah, and I'm
2 for 1.
limited. So I'm going to show you how to trim up these. I was going to use, I don't know if we've got the smaller Stripology ruler, but if not, I'll just show you with this.
We've got the Perfect 5, actually, on the show, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can use that, that'd be brilliant.
So these are 3.5 inches. I always like to be a bit more generous when I'm making my half square triangles. So I've got a little bit of wiggle room, especially if you're new to quilting as well. So the important thing is to have this lined up here, this diagonal line. So first off, we're going to whip up the side there and across the top. And you can see here that I've got a really sharp point there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to turn that around.
So the piecing, the diagonal piecing line's going right through that corner.
Yeah.
You've trimmed it there because you placed that diagonal line.
Yeah. And this bit is quite, it's really important. The next stage is because we want to line up 3 points. So we want to line up the diagonal, the 3.5 at the bottom, and the 3.5 down the side. Okay, so I think that's in place.
Yeah.
Just make sure it is. Because you get these accurate, you will then, they will piece together so much better.
Yeah.
So there we have that.
Perfect. So you can see if I put how it started, the original size. So you've made it slightly bigger. And do the instructions tell me to do that?
Yeah.
Make it a bit bigger, and then you're going to trim it down to the correct size.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And if you're a seasoned quilter, you want to trim a little bit off you can do that as well.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Great. That's the half square triangles. Now, don't forget, we're looking at the Big Heart quilt pattern. It's hanging behind me, and it's brand new from Tracy Perks, Rope and Anchor Trading Company. It's a big quilt. This one's 72 inches square. So it features that one big heart you can do a scrappy or a plain background. You get full instructions inside, including your layout diagram, what you're going to need. Also, each row is broken down. I think this is what's really clever about Tracy's patterns. Rather than just saying, well, here's your pattern, sew that. You've actually got every row broken down, and not just visually, but you've actually got almost like a shopping list. For row 4, you need 14 background squares, 6 of your heart squares, 4 of your half square triangles. So you can get the elements together, put it together in the recipe, sew it in a row, and then tick off, that's that row, and just add a little label.
Yeah, because who can do all of that in one sitting?
Sure.
So that's why I put the little tick boxes in, mainly for my benefit, to be honest, because I'd forgotten where I got to in a pattern.
Yeah.
So, and even when I'm cutting out, there's the little tick boxes. How many have I cut? Have I done enough?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So,
it just keeps you in order.
Yes.
Now, we've also got 2 quilt kits for this, for the Big Heart. We've got the Liberty version, which is the one that Tracy's working on right now. These are absolutely beautiful fabrics. You've got some Wiltshire Shadow there. Sorry, not Wiltshire Shadow. That is
Shall I have
Emily Bell. Emily Bell. It's Emily Bell.
It's Emily Bell.
Yeah. And you've got Wiltshire Shadow. You've also got some fabrics from Arthur's Garden, which is another Liberty. I was actually at Liberty last week.
Were you?
Woodland Walk, yeah. Yeah, it was lovely. Bought a jigsaw.
Did you?
I bought a jigsaw for Charlie. And then so you get 2.5 metres of your reds, your Liberty, and then you get 3 metres of your ivory solid for the background. That's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And you've got a little sample, haven't you, of the squares sewn together in the Liberty. Can we just see that, just to see how they all work together? Because they do look absolutely stunning.
I was putting these together at the weekend and I've got that
That's
upside
gorgeous.
down.
Don't worry.
Oh.
That's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, really nice. They just work together beautifully. It's so crisp, it's so fresh. Lovely, lovely. So that's the Liberty version, and then we've also got the tonal version. Now this has been put together to reflect a sort of similar palette to the one that Tracy's got hanging behind us now, because this is a scrappy one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It does make a lovely scrappy quilt, but this one has mottle blenders in it, and you've got that gorgeous purple, you've got the light pink, you've also got lavender, blue, sky blue. You've got fuchsia, and so you've got 2.5 metres there, and then you've got 3 metres of white solid for the background. Really pretty. And the price is incredible, $53.99. Absolutely amazing. Remember, this is to make a 72-inch square quilt. Yeah, huge. It's huge. Right. Or, of course, pattern on its own, if you prefer. You can get the pattern on its own for £12. Just have a look on the website. Right, what's next?
Well, pom-pom trim.
Okay.
Okay, so I won't spend too long on this.
But you love to put a bit of pom-pom trim
Yes.
on your quilts, don't you? And if I just bring this in so you can just have a look. It's such a gorgeous finish. Just captured in the binding. That's lovely. Is that difficult to do?
No, it's so easy.
Show me how.
Use lots of clips though. So we need some pom-pom trim. Have we got any of the green that we could use there?
Yes.
Are we able to cut into that?
I tell you what, can you use this one? Because I've got some that's available by the metre.
Lovely. So
Just use that one, that would be great.
this is a little thing that I put together, and I'll probably use this at home. So I put my binding on the back, and I sew my binding on the back, and then I stitch on. So
I suppose that's the first difference to normally when you bind, you would sew the binding to the right side and then flip it to the back.
if you're hand stitching, yes. I don't have time for that or the inclination.
Got you.
I always machine stitch. So I've machine stitched it to the back, as you can see here, with my little folds there. And then I've just flipped that over, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the pom-pom trim, and just place it in the right place. Now I'll probably snip that. I've not got my little scissors out, but I'd snip that one off. And
Do you
then
want some scissors?
I thought, oh, here we go. I thought I was organised. I'm not.
So you've just taken off the pom-pom but left the... Oh, no, you're taking that off as well.
I'm taking a bit off.
Okay.
Yeah, normally I would start in the corner, but for today's purposes, I'm just going to show you here. So I'm just going to just lay it there underneath, on top of the quilt top, and then I'm going to clip these in place.
Got you.
Yeah.
So you put the binding to cover the tape.
Yeah.
And the pom-poms are just, oh, this is going to look really cute.
Yeah. And so I use lots of clips. These sewing clips are marvellous.
Yeah.
And then all you do is you just sew down here, move your needle over, as my advice, on your sewing machine. So it's to the left-hand side as far as it will go. And then sew very, probably do a 2.5-inch stitch length down here. And it secures it all in place.
Do you want to do a bit of sewing while I go through the pom-pom colours?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Right. So we've got, so I love these. So you get 11 metres of pom-pom fringe on, actually you get it on the dispenser as well. So it comes like this, but also sort of shrink wrapped in like a clear plastic. So this is the black. And you get 11 metres for $14.99. The value there is absolutely exceptional. It's a beautiful quality pom-pom trim. 11 metres in black for $14.99. So that's our black. We've also got it in the pink. So this would go, I think this would go really, really nicely if you were doing the Liberty or the Tonal, actually. This would work with either. This is a lovely soft, kind of softly antique baby pink. Can you be an antique baby?
Oh, I love that. I've used that quite a lot.
It's gorgeous.
I just used the wrong stitch on the sewing machine.
Oh,
yeah.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We've also got it in the silvery grey. Now, I do think this would be really, really nice, actually, with the Liberty, with the red. For a bit of contrast, a little bit of the silvery grey.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
That'd be nice with the red.
It would.
Gorgeous. Again, remember, 11 metres for $14.99. Price is amazing. And then we've got the green. This is a real kind of chartreuse.
Oh, I
just love saying the word.
Chartreuse.
Chartreuse. Chartreuse.
Chartreuse.
So that is in the green. Now, if you did want the cream, it's a slightly smaller pom-pom, but the one that Tracy's using, we do that by, I think that's sold by the half metre, isn't it? I had it on earlier on, but I didn't mention it at the time.
Oh, I did sort of start off with the wrong stitch. So, gone a little bit wonky there. It's because I'm not used to this machine. I'm not blaming my tools. So you'll stitch it inside there, and you can see that's going nowhere. And then I normally trim it off at the end here, and then go around, because I don't want to go around corners and make that too bulky.
I was going to say, what do you do then? Do you actually do one side?
I do one side.
And before you get to the corner?
Yeah, I'll trim that off. And then I'll probably lose this pom-pom here as well.
Not my gummy pom-pom.
Oh, use it as a little nose on a gnome or something. And then I'd mitre my corner there. That's not very good like that, but...
you get the idea.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
There we go. And that just looks really nice.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
Beautiful. The other thing you can do as well, I don't know if you've ever done this, is when you put on a binding, you can do it as a facing, can't you?
Yes.
So rather than, we're very used to doing this where we sew the binding on one side and then we fold it over so it can be seen on both sides. But you can actually turn a binding so it's fully on the back of your quilt, so that from the front you have what we call a knife edge. So if you did that with pom-pom, then, no, you wouldn't actually have the pom-pom, but you can have it so you've got a complete free edge. So what you would do there is you would put the pom-pom in the other side.
Oh, yes.
And then when you pull this to the back, you would then end up with your pom-pom literally just sticking around the edge.
Out. Like a cushion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of options, but you're still using your traditional quilt binding.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Transferable skills.
Absolutely.
I love them.
Yeah, me
I love
too.
them. Now, let me show you some of Tracy's other patterns. And Tracy, while we have a look at them, I want you to tell me a little bit about your inspiration and where you get your ideas from, and just a bit more about who you are and what they do.
Okay, so I live on a narrowboat. We've been on board for about 15 years now, and started quilting about 10 years ago. Luckily, I wasn't quilting when I lived in a house, because I don't think we would have actually moved. So I've got a nice little Facebook group as well called Made on the Cut. And the cut, I've called it that because...
That's a Brummie term.
It's definitely a Brummie term.
Is it a black country even?
I think so. So the canal is, in the old days, was called the Cut because it was cut through the countryside. So, yeah, that's why I've named my little Facebook group Made on the Cut, because I'm sewing on the cut.
I love it.
And we are outdoors a lot.
This is one of my favourite patterns. You do the bumblebee. Look at this. Isn't it gorgeous? Is this the quilt?
Yes, that's the quilt there.
Can we have a look?
Yes, of course. We'll have to hold it up.
So this is the bumblebee. Oh, I love the bumblebee.
So I've used Kaif for the background.
Oh,
I can hear the R's.
love the bumblebee.
This was my first quilt that I designed, and I just did it for myself. People were like, where did you get that pattern from? It's
Yeah.
that pattern. So this is what got me started on my design process.
Really?
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. It's such, and I love the angle of it. I love how graphic it is. It's just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So we have a pattern and we've also got a kit. So here's the pattern. I'll show it you first of all. Can we just do the pattern on its own? So the quilt is 55 inches square for £12. So another good size quilt, nice as a wall hanging this. Beautiful. With a scrappy background, or use the kit that we've put together. So in the kit, you get your pattern, so that's included. Then you get beautiful Wiltshire Shadow from Liberty in this fabulous leaf green for the background. And then you also get black Wiltshire Shadow and golden yellow Wiltshire Shadow and the white Wiltshire Shadow for the bee. How beautiful is that? £78.99. Again, a brilliant price. 3.5 metres of fabric in total. Absolutely beautiful. To make your own bumblebee. Beautiful, isn't it?
Those fabrics are stunning together. So vibrant.
Yeah, they really are. They're lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. And a quilt I think you could make again and again. So that's the bumblebee. Let's do the butterfly next. Tracy, where is the butterfly?
Yeah, the
Is it this one
butterfly.
here?
Yes, that's it.
Great. Right, well, let's show the quilt first of all. And perhaps while we show you this, if we have the details for the pattern. Ooh, I want to get this up the right way.
Yeah, there we go.
Is that the right way up? Yes. Oh, wow, that's lovely. That's gorgeous. So you've got some traditional quilt blocks in there. That's a different kind of sampler, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're all done row by row. So I wanted to have different, you know, you've got your pinwheel and...
shoe fly.
Flying geese. But they're all done on the row by row.
Ah, got you. So not made as blocks?
No, they're not made as blocks.
Oh,
Again, so
interesting.
if you're a confident beginner, you can make this because it's just squares, half square triangles.
Oh, I think that's terrific. That's absolutely brilliant. So your pattern on its own, £12, full instructions there. And as Tracy was saying, everything's explained row by row. So rather than trying to think about the whole and where things fit in like a jigsaw puzzle, you're literally working on one row. You've got your recipe ingredients, if you like, how to combine them, and a tick box at the end when you've made that row. Just label it and move on. You don't even have to make the rows in order.
No, I don't. I go back to front.
Yeah.
I do the bottom and the top and then I work in.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
I know, I don't know why.
But it doesn't matter, does it? Because you're just working by row.
Yeah.
So there's your pattern. And then, is this all the fabric?
There's two. There's
two there.
Yeah,
I've got you. I've got you. I got you. That makes sense.
Yes.
I was going to say. Right, here's the kit for the pink. So you get your white background. Is that 2 meters? And then you get your solids. So you get your gorgeous purple, 0.5 meters of each of these. Or are they meters? So 3 meters of white, 0.5 meter of purple, 1 meter of black, 1 meter of light pink, 1 meter of bright pink. Light pink, bright pink, black. Metre of each, 0.5 metre of purple, and 3 metres of the white. So 6.5 metres of fabric in total, plus your pattern, and you're still only paying $59.99.
That's good.
It's really good.
That's so good.
It's really good. It's a big quilt. Remember, it's 68 inches by 60. Fabulous. So that's your pink. And then we've got blue.
Yeah, we've got a blue one.
Now, I'm just thinking you could actually mix and match, couldn't you? If you got both kits, you could do 2 quilts, but have them a combination of pinks and blues together.
Yes.
Or throw in some scraps, add some variety.
You could add orange to this, couldn't you?
Oh, now you're talking.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Brilliant value. $59.99. So where do you get your ideas from then?
Well, I've been, sitting out on the little boat. I have a little graph book that I start off with my designs. And sometimes it's just nice to sit out, and I've got some bugs as well that I designed, and they're, but I like the butterflies and the bees. I mean, you don't normally see a giraffe walking by, but I normally get my inspiration from outside, so being outside.
We should do the giraffe next, really, shouldn't we?
I bought the mini one with me because I was running out of space.
No worries. So this is not the finished size you'll make. This is a mini version.
This is the mini version.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cute.
It's lovely. But the full size is 42 by 60, I think, or 42 by 60.
Let me grab. So here we go. So yes, the quilt is 42 inches by 60. So a brilliant size actually for a baby quilt. Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute. So if you want to make that version, this is the kit you need. Now remember, that's the mini version. This is for the big version, which is 42 inches by 60 inches. Perfect crib size. So you get your pattern. That's £12 if you want your pattern on its own. Now if you want to get a kit, here's the kit. Oh, the kit's sold out. Oh. Well done if you got it. I've got 2 kits exactly the same there.
One was for a mini version and one was for... So on my blog, I've got the measurements for a mini version.
Ah, got you. Have we got the mini version kit?
That,
No.
okay.
No. Okay, right. I'll pass these
sold
down
out.
this end. Dan, thank you. Okay, what next? Let's do the stag. Now, we don't have the finished version of the stag.
That pink one.
This one here.
Yeah.
But I've got 2 kits, and I will show you.
I can hold the pattern up.
I love a stag. Let's do the pattern on its own first. So here's the stag. Ooh, gorgeous. So you've got that gorgeous kind of silhouette, almost, isn't it?
And there's a different one on the back cover as well.
Oh, nice. Wow. Just goes to show what a change of fabrics can do for a pattern, doesn't it? Just changes it completely. Fabulous. £12 for the pattern. And the quilt itself, 46 inches by 52 by 46.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice, actually, to have that behind the bed.
Yeah.
Bit hunting lodge.
Yeah, I'm thinking sort of like deep greens and nice browns.
Yes.
Yes.
Autumny colours.
Yes.
That would be gorgeous.
Your shirt, actually. Not that I
Don't
want
you
to
start
cut,
reaching for my shirt with a pair of scissors.
Not that I want to cut Stuart's shirt up, but...
Got your number. Got your number. Now, I've got 2 kits to make the kit. To make the quilt. I've got stag green. So this is nice simple combo, solid white background and then a gorgeous deep fir green. Fir as in the tree rather than fur. To make the stag, $37.99. That does include the pattern as well. you get 3.5 metres of fabric in total. Then the other version that I've got is a Liberty. Very nice. So this is a white on white print for the background. And then you've got your gorgeous Liberty Wiltshire Shadow in, is that pomegranate or raspberry? Very nice. Raspberry for the stag. Gorgeous. Oh, like this from Christine. It's a joke, Tracy. Work with me.
Okay.
She says, do you know why giraffes have such long necks?
No, Stuart, I don't know why giraffes have such long necks.
Because their feet smell. Christine, that qualifies as a dad joke. It really does. Jane's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Tracy. I'm loving the heart quilt. A quick question. As a beginner, what is the easiest way to cut up large amounts of fabric? That's the process I struggle with the most.
Well, there's a number of ways you can do it. I mean, I would recommend the Stripology ruler. I really would. But there are other things that you could do if you've got a Sizzix machine or... but your big ruler, we showed the big ruler earlier on, not the... I trimmed with that. And a nice big cutting mat and just, 3.5 inches for that.
And I think as well, sometimes people struggle just with the sheer volume of fabric. So, I mean, you know, a fat quarter is easy, you know, it's just a bit of fabric, you know, whereas you think, what am I supposed to do with 3 metres of fabric in a great long piece?
I always fold it in half and then fold it in half again. And if you're limited on space, you could go a bit smaller. I don't really recommend it because you're going to have too many creases. Yeah, as I demoed it, folded it in half to the selvage edge with the Stripology. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, and also just, you know, clear the decks before you start. So often we're sewing, we're quilting on, you know, the kitchen table, you know, wherever we can find a little. But clear the decks first if you possibly can, so that you've got space for your fabric to pull. What you don't want is to be cutting with most of your fabric hanging off the table, because that will drag and it will affect the quality of your cutting.
Absolutely. So if you are struggling for space, you could get your ironing board and prop your ironing board up next to your table or the back of a chair and have it hanging on the chair. That's what I'd recommend. But like you say, don't have it dragging off because it will pull. It will affect that cut.
And sometimes I also chunk fabric as well, because I don't like dealing with huge amounts of fabric. So, for example, if I've got a 3.5 metre piece of background fabric, I will cut, say for example I'm cutting 3.5 inch strips, I might cut, you know, something like a 25 inch piece of fabric off my 3.5 metres, and I will deal with that first, and then I will deal, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because there's not that many. Once you've trimmed the edge off, you're just trimming off a tiny amount. So you're not wasting that much. So if you want to break it down into a metre and then cut it, then that might work better for you.
Yeah, exactly. Do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Now, let's do Mrs. Tomty.
I think I only brought Mr. Tomty with me, but...
That's all right. I think, let me just see what kits. There's Mrs. Tomty, and that's Mrs. Tomty as well, isn't it? So we've got 2 kits. Yeah. Right, so here we go. Do you want to do the Liberty first? Let's do Liberty first. Right, so here's the Mrs. Tomty. So just explain for those that don't know.
So Tomty is a gnome or a gonk or a norm. They're fun little things. And they're normally for Christmas, but I just don't think a Tomty is for Christmas.
No, I agree with you.
We could make a nice green one, actually.
Cute.
Yeah.
Well, this one's lovely. It's got a little heart. She's got a little heart on her chest and little pigtails or plaits down the side, but still using your sort of squares and half square triangles, so easy to piece. The quilt itself, 40 inches by 60 inches. So again, perfect size if you're making a crib quilt or a baby quilt, 45 or 40 by 60. It's a great size. So in your kit, this is all Liberty. You have got the white on white Wiltshire Shadow for your background. You have got the dark slate blue Wiltshire Shadow, the light sky blue. You've got that beautiful red. These are all Wiltshire Shadows. You've got that little bit of pink for her nose. And then you've also got that little bit of grey there, which is
For the shoes.
the shoes.
Yeah.
For her shoes. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? For $89.99. Very, very special baby quilt there.
Also would make a lovely wall hanging for a nursery
It
or
would.
Christmas.
Yes.
Christmas wall hanging.
Yes, beautiful. Now then, if you want the same sort of look but in solids, we've got you covered. This is all in solids. So you've got that gorgeous bright red, you've got the navy blue, solid white for your background. You've also got a light tan, you've got a silvery grey, a little bit of black, and a little bit of pink. Got a flesh-toned pink to make your Mrs. Tomty. $43.99. That's cute. Oh, it's lovely though. No, as you say, you could bring it out for Christmas or you could have it year round.
Yeah, make lots of different colours, a nice, you know, minty green or
Yeah, lovely.
pink.
And then if you just want the pattern on its own, we've got the details on screen for that. It's £12. And again, inside, full instructions, layout, cutting and piecing diagrams, row by row, so you don't have to keep track. You've got your colouring sheet, you've got your fabric swatch card as well. Love how it's done. It's really good practice, the way your patterns are set out.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Get you into some good habits.
It does. Yeah, it really does. Yeah. Especially making note of your fabrics as you're going along, because that's something that I always forgot to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, I've got the hair next. The hair.
Yes.
We've got the quilt, haven't we?
We've got one of the quilts. Oh,
Is this the hair?
Do you know what? I've got two quilts. Two hair
Lovely.
quilts. I've got
There's
a mini
two.
as well.
So this one, ooh. Oh, look at that. So this is the hair. Oh, that's lovely.
I thought I'd do this one as a silhouette.
Yes.
Just really stands out against this. I think it's a cave background.
It is.
Yeah, so it looks lovely.
Gorgeous. So that's the full-sized version. And then you've also done a mini. This is really cute.
Yeah.
Which shows you actually the shape as well. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
So we had some kits
Such
for the mini.
long-legged
Yes.
animals, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, that's lovely. Well, it feels really nice too.
I
Now,
made that with a quilter's grid, the mini.
now then, we've got two different versions. And is it one's a mini and one's the full size? Okay, let's do the mini first then. So the mini, what size does that come out as?
That comes out at 20 by nearly 30, 29. 20
Yeah.
by 29 inches.
20 by 29. And do I have instructions here to do that?
There's a little insert.
Got you.
And there's a QR code, and you can go to my blog and have a look there.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah.
Great. And that will give you the dimensions.
The pattern's exactly the same.
Yes.
It's just the fabric requirements. So the amount that you cut up, they're just going to be smaller. They're 1.5 inch squares.
Got
Yeah.
you. And you've got these beautiful fabrics from Lewis and Irene. So you've got your hair there, and then you've got, wow, gorgeous kind of inky starlit sky. Because so often hairs are pictured kind of looking up at the moon.
Yeah. Which, when I saw that fabric, I was like, that is perfect.
Why is
Absolutely
that?
perfect.
Do you know why?
No, I don't.
Does anybody know why? What's the thing with hairs staring at the moon?
I don't know. But I did see two hares running across the field the other day.
Oh, did you? Well, that's
Yes.
a sign.
I thought that's what I thought. I thought it's good.
That's a sign.
That's good.
It's a good omen. Now, we've also got the full-size kit. So this will make you the hair, which is 40 inches wide, 58 inches tall. Okay. And
next to the canal there as well.
that's lovely. That's a really nice shot, actually. The colours are perfect. So for your background, you've got... Ooh.
Yes, now this is beautiful.
This is special.
Yes, it is.
Just grab that. Let's have a look. So this is like a double border print or edge print.
Yeah. So what I would do with this is... Shall we... Yeah.
Oh, now that is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love that.
So I'd be a little bit more careful when I'm cutting this out because I'd want to keep the sort of the depth, these ones all together.
Yeah.
And have like an ombre effect.
Yes.
As you're going through. So I would sort my squares out before I start sewing.
Yes, and almost have them darks, mediums, lights.
Yes, absolutely.
Lovely.
And I'd have the dark ones at the top of the pattern.
Like that. So that's your background, and then your hair is made using this fabric, which again is just gorgeous, isn't it? Love it. Yeah, that's gorgeous. What a lovely combination. $58.99, and you get the pattern included. 3 meters of fabric and the pattern for $58.99. What great value, and what fabulous fabric. Nice choice.
No, it's good.
Yeah, love it. Love it. Okay, I have a... Do I have any more kits? I think we've done all the kits, haven't we? We've done all of the kits. Should just remind you, actually... oh, the Tomty.
Yeah.
Man Tomty. Man Tomty.
We've got the quilt, but I can't see the kit.
No, I can't see the kit either. It's only the pattern. But do I have the pattern? I don't see the pattern.
No, but I think it's on the website.
Okay, we'll have a look for the pattern. Don't forget, though, I'll show you the quilt, actually. There it is. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. And then we'll show you the pattern on the website. So here's the Tomty. Oh, look at that beard.
So this one mirrors Mrs. Tomty. So the hats go separate ways. So if you make, I've had a few people make these up and then stitch them together.
Nice.
So that's nice, and also make into wall hangings as well.
Yeah.
And I've added the pom-pom trim.
Yeah, really like that.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, thank you, Dan. We've got the pattern as well. Look, there it is. £12 for the pattern for the Tomty. There it is. Yeah, gorgeous. Everything you need in there for £12. Smashing. Now, don't forget, the newbie today is the big heart quilt, which is hanging behind me. Absolutely beautiful. Whether you want to do it in scraps, grab your pattern. Just grab your pattern, take your pattern to the scraps. We've only got 5 of these patterns left, so if you want this, you will need to be quick. But take it to your scraps, and, well, what tips would you give for gathering scraps together for a quilt?
Funnily enough, I just run a little challenge in my group, and it's about storage. Pull together all the colours, so all your greens, your yellows, your pinks, your blues. That's what I do. And then I'll have a look at the sizes of them, what scraps I've got. So the bigger scraps, if I've got a project like this in mind, I'll probably cut into 2.5, 3.5 inch squares. And get a little bit organised beforehand.
And when you do scrappy, do you tend to do sort of like all different variations of one colour, or do you throw everything at it, or...?
I've done both. I think this one you could do, I've seen in both ways. So if you've got lots of scraps that you want to use up, then just throw it at it.
Yeah.
Because actually you'll be surprised how well it all looks together.
Fabulous. I love that. I love that. Great tip. Thank you, Tracy. What a lovely hour. A real kind of smorgasbord of Rope and Anchor Trading Company patterns. Beautiful. And some great deals on fabric bundles too. That Lewis and Irene. Oh, need some of that. Right. What do you know when you're back?
I'm back on the 27th of February with 4 new patterns.
Oh, amazing.
Oh, no, 5 new patterns.
5 new patterns.
Yes.
Look forward to that. I will see you after the break. Adam Brooks is back with 2 different dress patterns from the Sussex seamstress. And don't forget, at 12 o'clock, we've got some great deals on sewing machines. So stick around. I'll see you after the break.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Thanks for staying with us, everybody. It's wonderful to have your company. Now, let me just tell you something. I don't want to embarrass Adam, but
What?
I remember watching the series of Great British Sewing Bee, because that's where we know Adam from, right?
That's where we know
I
you
remember.
from.
Yeah, yes. And I remember watching it, and I just thought, when I saw Adam, I just thought, wow. I did genuinely, Adam. I did genuinely. I thought, you really shine. And I just thought you're a wonderful dressmaker, but also you're a great sort of personality and a great advocate and a great ambassador for sewing and dressmaking. And you bring such a lot to the show.
Well, thank you.
I just wanted to mention
That's
that.
lovely. And can you also tell everybody I've not paid you to say that? No, that's really
Don't we say a
kind of you.
tenner? No, but you've encouraged so many people to do dressmaking, and I just think you've got a lovely, let's do it, and also as well, of course, if you've seen Adam's socials, you'll have seen his sketches that he then turns into the most amazing gowns.
Oh, gosh, I've been doing a lot of that with, you see, with pantomime work and costume work, it's fabulous because your imagination is the limit.
Yeah.
And you can literally go for it, and I love all that. And I love the world of couture and these big, extravagant dresses. And,
Yeah.
and I love different time periods as well.
So much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. What's your favourite time period?
Oh, it's really hard, but I do love dresses of the 50s and the Hollywood era, and looking at designers of films of the time, like Cecil Beaton and Edith Head, who did a lot for people like Audrey Hepburn and stuff. But then, I don't know, I love going back to the Edwardian period and looking at different lines, or the Empire lines.
I like doublet and hose.
Doublet
Just
and
because I
hose.
think I've got lovely legs. That's what it is. I just want to get them out.
Wouldn't that make a great
What
double
can I
act?
say?
Doublet and hose.
Double act, doublet and hose. They are.
That's me and you today.
Well, listen, let's get cracking, because we have got not one but two fabulous dress patterns from the Sussex seamstress. And we've got the Eastergate and we've also got the Hove. Now then, let's start with the Eastergate. Let me show you this. Absolutely gorgeous, the Eastergate. And I'll show you the actual dress in a second. So this pattern comes in a really broad size range. It starts with a size 6 and goes right up to a size 30. And this is UK sizes. UK size 6 up to a UK size 30. Now, this is a gorgeous dress. It doesn't have any zips to contend with.
No fastenings
It's an
at all.
over-the-head job.
Yeah.
I say. Got some lovely gathered detail around the bust line. 3/4 length sleeve.
Yes.
Like that little hem at the edge. Really sweet, that. Got some nice gathering through the skirt as well. Just beautiful. Love the neckline as well. I think this would be really nice for a wedding.
Oh, do you know what? That's what I was thinking. And yeah, anybody that's got a spring wedding coming up or a summer, this fabric's beautiful.
It is absolutely gorgeous. We've got that fabric, by the way. It's stunning, isn't it? And a lovely soft V-neck, just sort of rounded V-neck. I think that's really, really lovely. Gorgeous. Lengthwise, Adam, where would this fall on most people?
I'd probably say nearer the calf.
Mid-calf,
Mid-calf, yes. But again, there's no reason why you couldn't lengthen or shorten it if needs be.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. So, the pattern on its own, 1550. Sussex seamstress patterns are renowned for being great quality, really well explained, and also, of course, Jane does videos for all of her patterns, doesn't she? Showing a full work through of the pattern.
So anything that I don't get a chance to show you today, those videos are there. And do you know what? I'll let you in on something. I always watch Jane's videos before I demo a piece her work, because for me it's a little insight into how she intended it as the designer. And I pick up little things that I can then pass on to you.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, well worth watching those videos. How do we find them?
I find them absolutely brilliant. Like, she goes through every single step. She's so calm in the videos, and that translates in the written pattern as well. Everything's precise, gives you just the information you need.
And Do we go to her website or on YouTube?
I tend to go to YouTube, and if you type Sussex Seamstress in, not only will you find the patterns that we've got on today's show, but we've got loads that you can buy through Sewing Street.
Yes.
Yeah, or you can go on our website as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam. Brilliant. So that's the Eastergate. Really lovely. Now, we've got a second pattern. Do we have the finished dress for this? Or I don't think we do we? This is the Hove. This is the Hove. I love that neckline. I think that's a gorgeous neckline. Would you call that a square neckline?
Yeah, it's squared off. And I tell you what, I've looked this up in the break. I made that dress on the 5th of April 2023. So if that's of any help to anybody.
Give us that date again.
The 5th of April last year, 2023.
Perfect.
So if you wanted to go back and have a look in more detail in that one.
Last year, 22 or 23?
23.
Oh, yeah, that was last year.
Yeah, 5th of the 4th, 23. It's still on YouTube, I've checked.
I started going, how old am I now? How old am I going to be? Right, good. So you can have a full demo of that. But anyway, that's the Hove dress. Again, 3/4 length sleeve, love that. Sort of fairly plain bodice to this one, doesn't have the gathers. So if you prefer a plainer style,
that's
is a good
it.
one. Okay, and this one is sizes 8 to 30. Now, we have a question. Hi, Adam and Stuart. My daughter is pregnant. Well, first of all, congratulations. Could the Eastergate also be suitable for mid-pregnancy as a maternity dress?
I would say yes, and the reason being is because in that bust line, there's lots of gathers, which means there's lots of fullness.
Yes.
Without it just being loads of fabric that's just hanging there,
yes.
It's gathered really beautifully.
Well, because it goes up in the centre, I think that really helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's a really, really brilliant question, Alison. I'm so glad that you sent that in, because it would pre and post pregnancy, but also for anyone.
For anyone. It's a versatile dress. Just because they were saying it would be apt for that doesn't mean that it is a maternity dress. It's not designed as far as I know, but it could work for that,
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel that gathering there and just the way it's shaped would just skim beautifully, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And flatter any figure. Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
We talk about fit and fullness in dress patterns, and the last blouse I made had darts in it, which gives, a closer fit and shape, whilst we're getting this shape from fullness here in the gathers.
Yep.
So there's lots of excess fabric in those gathers that gives a real nice drape with that wonderful fabric.
Yeah. I like that a lot. It's the kind of thing you don't get in men's clothes, so there is nowhere to hide.
That's it. There's not for us, is there?
No. Jane, if you're watching, please do some menswear that has a similar styling so that we can, again, to skim and flatter. But I love that.
It's funny, isn't it? Because we said about the sleeves in the blouse. Anything that's kind of frilly or gathered, we assume or look at as feminine.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because I was thinking, well, we could put, some gathers in a men's shirt, but that would then soften it, and it would be a more feminine shirt.
I've said it before, Adam. Doublet and hose.
Doublet and hose.
Doublet and hose. Let's have a look at some of the fabric bundles. I've got to start with that one because it is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Just such a beautiful fabric. And here is that bundle. Oh, it's absolutely upside down for a start. It's absolutely yummy. It's absolutely yummy. So this is a viscose cotton mix. Do we have the fabric composition? Oh, it feels lovely. It's almost got a slight linen-y texture to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, and you can tell that in the weave of it as well when you look at it.
Yeah. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. So you've got that sort of dressier look to it because of the print, but then you've got that slightly more casual look in the weave of the fabric, that linen.
And I imagine that this fabric is really breathable as well. Like, it'll be perfect for spring, summer.
Spring, summer wedding. If you get power surges,
Yeah.
Hot flushes. I prefer to call them power surges.
Is that what they're called
I
now?
think so, yeah. But, you know, just nice and cool. And also, well, those gathers as well, nice and comfy. This is 50%. Oh, hello. 50% viscose, 32% cotton, 10% flax. So there is some linen in there.
Yeah, that explains it.
Yeah. Love that. Almost fancy trying spinning flax. Oh! Are we... Oh! So, are we doing that... Should be $43.99. $36.99. That's terrific. That's 3.5 metres as well. So you're paying just a little over £10 a metre. It's fabulous, isn't it?
That's well worth it. That's a lovely fabric to have.
Absolutely beautiful.
A lot of things.
Yeah, stash it.
Stash it.
Stash it. Right, that's that one. Can we do the turquoisey floral? Because I'm in love with this one. And this, I suspect, is the same mix of fibres as well. Look at this. Again, I keep opening them out upside down. That's really lovely too. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
I love that. I love that colour at the moment.
Yeah, me too. It's that mix, isn't it, of sort of, there's a bit of kind of mustard gold in there, and then those beautiful teals.
Yeah.
Stunning. Yeah. Again, quite wedding-y, quite, you know, eventy. But I think you can do that kind of smart casual because it's got that linen texture, because it's got that little bit of flax in there.
Yeah.
Isn't it lovely?
It's beautiful. I love that colour.
Again, $43.99 for the bundle. $43.99, that's a fabulous price. 3.5 metres. Fantastic. Fantastic. And again, this is enough to make either the Hove or the Eastergate in the largest size. So that's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. That will make the largest size of either dress. Beautiful. Really love the colours there. And I think as well, between the two of them, if you're looking for floral, I think we've got, whatever your style, I think this or this is going to suit you.
Yeah.
Whatever your skin tone or your personal style. Really pretty. Now, talking of gorgeous florals, I've got to do this one next. We were all over this before we came to air. Everybody fell in love with this one. I've only got a few of this one left. This is 100% viscose. That is absolutely beautiful. I love that sort of soft puce. That's an amazing price too, $33.99. Again, that is for 3.5 metres. And this is a gorgeous light viscose. Look at the drape. And again, you'd be so cool and relaxed, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Even at a formal event in that.
It's lovely, that.
I'm also thinking as well, if you loved the Rottingdean...
Yeah, the Rottingdean
blouse... This would be beautiful for the Rottingdean blouse, actually,
absolutely,
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
This is going to sell out. You'll need to be really quick.
It's nice.
That's really, really pretty. Now, something with a little bit of drama to it, this. Something a little deeper, darker, richer. Everything I was looking for in a husband, Adam. And found, it has to be said. This is another 100% viscose. How delicious is that? That was my opening line, actually. How delicious. Just, oh, hello. Dan's in the house. Honestly. The gorgeous. Look at the price. $33.99. It's flying out. It's grown wings. It's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Really kind of inky, deep, dark background. Not at all see-through either. This is one of the things we always like to check, isn't it? With very light, wafty fabrics. Are people going to see my underwear through it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's gorgeous. I've only got 2 of this one left. Remember, deep, dark, rich. Now, this is beautiful. Classic, simple, elegant, pearl grey. And again, could be for work, could be for a formal event, could be more casual. It depends how you style it. Oh, this feels buttery.
It is nice.
Absolutely buttery soft. And that is gorgeous. Yeah, 100% viscose. An iron wouldn't have got a miss. Give me my iron. When you work with viscose, Adam, quick tip from you. What spot iron are we going to use? What sort of heat of iron?
I mean, I'm always on the cautious side when it comes to iron, and I use a low iron.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to absolutely burn the hell out
No,
of it.
or make it shiny.
No, that did the worst.
Yeah.
And always, if you're unsure, test a little bit, a scrap, or use a pressing cloth.
Oh, it's a lovely colour, that, isn't it? Really, really elegant. Like I say, that I just think would look absolutely beautiful for a wedding. Again, in either of the dress styles.
Yeah.
The Hove or the Eastergate.
I think we've really spoiled everyone with these patterns and fabrics.
Well, we're
today.
about to spoil everybody a little bit more, because as if 1999 for 3.5 metres of viscose wasn't good enough. Stop it. That's ridiculous.
What, £10.49?
That's 3.5 metres. Adam.
What's that, a metre then? That's like...
Nothing. Nothing. We owe you money. That's amazing. It's not even $3.49 a metre because it's 3.5 metres. $10.49 divided by 3.5 is almost nothing. It's what my friend Sally calls a for nothing.
Yeah.
$2.99 a metre.
Is that what it is? Gosh.
Yeah. 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 Wow. Amazing. This is Visco's Chalice. Is it Chalice or Chalice?
I'd be inclined to say chalice.
Chalice. But then you're posh.
Like a chalet.
That's going to sell out really fast. And then my last bundle is a denim. Oh, actually, it's not my last one, but it's my last patterned one. There's only 3 left. It's a denim, light chambray denim, with a gorgeous little sprig, flower sprig. Well, that's pretty. So we could make this dress in a lightweight denim.
Yeah, it'd be definitely more suited, I think, more to the Hove than it would the Eastergate.
Although, Adam, just come round here. Just come round here. This is like a shirting weight.
Oh, yeah.
It's really soft and fluid.
Yeah. So your gathers would be a little bit more structured, a little bit fuller and more formed. But yeah, absolutely no reason why not. You couldn't.
Oh, I could imagine that in the dress. Absolutely, I think that's lovely, gorgeous, with little tan belt or something like that. Or tan shoes.
Do you know I love like blue and tan?
Me too. Absolutely love it. Oh, Alison's got back in touch from Argyle, soon to be grandma. She says, thank you, a dress for me and one for my pregnant daughter too. She thinks it's beautiful and she's so glad it would work for pregnancy and after. Oh, I'm thrilled.
It's lovely.
It's lovely. It's great news. Now we want you to keep us posted. We need baby news.
Yeah. Baby news.
Gorgeous.
I'd love to see some of the dresses and stuff that are made up.
And you wearing them.
Yeah.
You know, often... Now, you know this is true. You'll send us a picture of your finished make and it's on a mannequin. We want to see it on you.
This is it.
We'd like to see it on you.
Do you know my biggest pleasure is I like making ladies wear primarily. That's what I love. But, of course, I don't wear ladies wear. But my biggest privilege is to see a lady feel good in a garment that I've made. You can't buy that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's lovely then to see other people being proud of what they've made.
It is. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And that's the point, isn't it? Making clothes that fit and flatter you. Now, I've got some solids in... This is fabric-wise. What fabric is this? This is a viscose chalice again. Yeah. Okay, so we've got elm green. Oh, that's a classy shade of green. I can't believe the price of this. Can't believe the price. It's amazing. Stop it, you're not.
Look.
Are we? Okay, fair enough. It should be £19.99. It's going to be £10.49. So £2.99 a metre. That's incredible. It's absolutely bonkers. You get 3.5 metres of viscose chalice in elm green. That's completely unnecessary, but hey, have it, enjoy it. 3.5 metres for £10.49.
You'd be rude not to.
It really would. It really would. Get on your laptop quickly. That's the elm green. The phone lines have gone wild. Well done if you've got yours already. Next up, I've got this amazing, this is a bit of me, this orange. That is it called ginger? Well, that really is a bit of me, isn't it? Honestly. Oh, just look at that colour, though. I love orange ginger.
We're going to start calling you that now. Ginger.
Do you know the other week when I was on, it was International Kiss a Ginger Day.
Really?
Honestly. And the funniest thing was, you know, I was here, Laura from Hobbymaker was here. I can't remember who the director was, but everyone had got ginger or red hair. So
like...
we
were all kissing each other.
We weren't. Nobody was on board.
You abstained.
This is a beautiful colour. It's got so much energy, so much warmth. It should be £19.99. You know what we're doing. This is madness. £10.49 for 3.5 metres. That means you're paying £2.99 per metre, which is less than you'd pay for a fat quarter of quilt weight cotton.
It is.
This last colour is amazing. Louise from Hertfordshire says, I think orange and brown are very underrated colours. Couldn't agree more, Louise. Couldn't agree more. And orange, for me especially, has got such energy to it, positive energy, just fab. Talking of positive energy, look at this. Now, we've called this burgundy. I think, oh, goodness me, that is just the most rich and beautiful red.
Yeah.
Cranberry, I think I would call this, or wine.
Yeah, it's more on the claret side.
Claret, love it. Again, you're getting 3.5 metres. £10.49. I can't believe
You're terrible, Muriel.
It is terrible, Muriel. It's fantastic, Muriel. It's £10.49. You wouldn't do that, would you? You wouldn't take all our money, Muriel. You wouldn't do that. Yes, you did, didn't you? £10.49. Wow. Wow. That's all I can say. All I can say. And Sussex seamstress herself, Jane, says, oh my, these fabric choices are gorgeous. And she's done that emoji that's got hearts for eyes.
Oh.
Cute. Love it. Right. What can you show us?
I'm going to show us the bodice.
Great.
And do you know what this pattern is great for? Is anybody that's never lined anything before, the bodice is like semi-lined.
Okay.
So it gives you a bit of an introduction and maybe, you know, moves your dressmaking up a gear. So when you come to cut out your pieces, you'll have the bodice pieces. There's a front and a back. And you can see where the gathers come on this front piece. You've got this lovely curve here, and the gathers happen between the notches. So it's really important to mark all of your notches as you're cutting out on this pattern, because they are needed throughout for all the gathering, etc. But what you'll notice is that it says to cut 2 pairs. So it's not just cut a pair like we normally would, we're cutting 2 pairs, and that's because we're partially lining it. So make sure you pay attention to your pattern pieces there. I've got mine cut out already, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch the front ones first. So you're going to go right sides together. Now you'll notice that there's this little V, this little indent at the top and the bottom, and that's so it sits back on itself. The pattern's been trued when the seam allowance is put in place. And what you're going to do is you're going to start sewing 1 centimetre down from that edge. So I'm just marking 1 centimetre with either your dressmaker's chalk, or I'm doing it with a friction pen for now.
Okay.
And you're going to stop 1 centimetre shy of the end there as well. Centimetre seam allowance throughout.
Yeah.
So then I'm just going to match those pieces up. Now, what I would say as well, and I'll do it in a second, or maybe I'll do it now. I've prepared that bit, is we're going to stay stitch. We're going to stay stitch the necklines and really the armholes as well. And the reason we do that, especially with viscous fabrics, they're quite fluid. We don't want it to be distorting or stretching. And because the neckline's on a curve, it's on the bias, it's more likely to stretch out.
Okay.
So we're just going to put some stitching in.
And that's what's called stay stitch.
Stay stitching, yes. So let's do that together. So I'll just put my foot down there. And I'm going about 1 foot widths apart so that I stay within the seam allowance. So this is less than 1 centimetre, probably about 7 mil, quarter of an inch, something like that. Okay, and I'm just going to literally let the machine take it. I'm not pushing or pulling it because that's going to defeat the object. Just letting the machine take it nice and evenly. I can stop there. And all that line of stitching is going to do is just prevent it from stretching out. Because we've got that beautiful shaped neckline there. We don't want to ruin that or for it to distort. And again, that's an important thing when pressing. That's another reason we don't want the iron too hot. We don't want to be, you know, really moulding that fabric and stretching it out with heat as well.
No, absolutely.
So you can see I'm...
Or steam.
Or steam, yeah. We just, at this stage, want to make sure that those necklines are keeping the shape. There we go. And just come to the end and back stitch there. I'm just on a normal stitch length for that, but you could up it a little bit if you wanted to. All right, do the same with the armholes as well. And what you can always do is just check back with your pattern to make sure that it's not stretched out in any way. But we'll carry on. So I'm just going to match this centre front
it
now.
Looks very slightly gathered there. Do we need to worry about that, or is that fine?
That'll just press out. That's fine. I think that's just my machine as it was taking it with the tension. Yeah. It's just moved it up a little bit. So if I just go like that with my finger, I don't want to again be pulling it out though. That's the thing. But I know that that's going to be nice and flat there. Some fabrics that are sturdy. I mean, around necklines, you'll often see this technique, but some you might not have to do it or worry as much, like with a stable denim, although it is still cut on the bias, so it's a good little tip to have.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to sew this together now, starting at that little mark. And a little good tip for you, before you put the foot down, just lower your needle into that mark that you've made. You can get it bang on then lower your foot.
That's a good tip.
And then I'm just going to sew that seam at 1 centimetre seam allowance all the way down there and carry on. And then do some back stitch. I've just stopped 1 centimetre short of that seam. The reason being is it just makes it easier, and it says this in the instructions as well, to then construct the rest of it when we're sewing the necklines together and doing all the gathers and sewing the skirt to the dress. So we just repeat that with the next one. I'm not going to stay stitch on this one because I'm just showing us now the construction rather than the technique at this stage, but I've showed you the technique in the first part.
Yes, indeed.
So you've got 2 front bodice pieces here. So one's going to be your self fabric, the outer fabric, and then one's going to be the lining. Now, of course, we're lining it in whatever fabric you've chosen anyway. Just going to mark my centimetre on here as well, so I'm getting it absolutely accurate. So you're going to want to use the best pieces that you've cut as your main fabric. Now, with this fabric I'm using, it really doesn't matter. It's the same. It's the grey. It's a solid fabric. It might be that you want to try and pattern match that front seam.
I was just going to ask you that, whether that was something that you would do. Is it important? Does it vary depending on the fabric you've used?
I think if it's a ditzy print, then I wouldn't worry too much. Absolute confession, I've made this dress pretty quickly and I haven't pattern matched it down the front. I know it's naughty, but I think looking at it and with all those gathers, you don't necessarily notice.
No.
And I chose the better pieces that matched, and actually the front, how I've got it, kind of it looks like
it looks
the
like it's
pattern just
pattern
flow in. So whether it was pure luck, but if you want to pattern match that bit, you can spend some time doing so.
Gotcha. Now, do you need to just let you know, I've only got 14 of the Eastergate patterns left. So this is the pattern we're talking about at the moment. This one right here, got those lovely soft gathers under the bust. Gives a lovely drape to the front. It kind of skims and drapes. It's not clingy at all, but it's going to fit you nicely where it sort of falls over your bust. I just think that's super. Then 3/4 length sleeves. No difficult fixings on this. No zips to worry about. No buttonholes to worry about. It's over the head and on. Comfortable, relaxed, but looks really smart, doesn't it? Now, the pattern is in sizes 6 to 30. So it covers the whole size range that you could hope for, I think. All on great quality paper. Sturdy paper, so that you can make the pattern again and again.
Which is
very,
what
very
you
nice,
like.
but very limited quantities now. Single figures of that left. Single figures. Right, the other pattern, of course, remember, is the Hove dress. So this features a square neckline and a much simpler, sort of flatter bodice. So no gathers in the bodice. There are just some gentle gathers around the skirt piece to join the skirt. You've also got those lovely gentle gathers at the cuff as well, which again is just sort of below the elbow. Very nice. And that one size range 8 to 30. Fabulous. Right.
Right, so while you were just going through the other ones, what I've done is I've just sewn the back bodice seam together as well. So there's a centre front seam and a centre back seam. You're going to want to make sure you press those open. So I'm just going to get this here. It's always important in your sewing space, whether you've got a dedicated sewing room or whether you're sewing on the kitchen table, always have your ironing board set up with your iron. It's just as important as having your sewing machine set up. I'm just going to press those open there. And then we're going to join them at the shoulder seams. So we're 1 centimetre seam allowance throughout.
Got you.
And I've just done that one there as well. So you're sewing effectively 2 bodices. And I really like this because Jane could have chosen in this pattern to just do a facing if she wanted to. But I feel like it's really elevated to a nice level to actually line the whole bodice section.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not one of our fabrics today, but if you're using, I don't know, something you've bought in the past or you're worried about it being a little bit sheer.
Yes, yes.
Then actually we've got a double layer on the bodice anyway.
That, yeah.
So you're all right, you're covered.
It's more comfortable against your skin as well.
Yeah.
Because you haven't got any of those seam allowances. You've just got fabric against your skin.
That's it. I
I've
really
got
like
4
it.
patterns left.
Oh.
It's been a very, very popular pattern, actually. It's gorgeous. It is gorgeous, isn't it? And something that, I mean, looks amazing in this larger floral, but also is looking stunning done in a simple, plain colour.
That's it. And I think with your accessories and like you were saying,
exactly,
could really see that.
Yeah, you could, even just with jewellery.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of the fabrics have sold out. I think, I'm going to guess, but I'm guessing that the viscose chalice is all sold out at £10.49 for 3.5 metres. That's all sold out. What an amazing bargain buy. That was the grey, the ginger, the Merlot, burgundy, thank you, and the elm green. That's all sold out. Yeah. Okay, any other bundles sold out? The purple floral, Good choice, very nice. That's sold out. Do we still have the printed denim? That's gone as well. I was going to say that was a favourite of mine. What about this one? The deep, that's gone. Dark, rich, deep. The beautiful soft floral. So we've literally got these two. 5 of these, 7 of these. All right, I'm just going to open this one up actually because I just think it's beautiful, really beautiful. I think that's stunning. I love the mix of, well, I mean, it's not a formal floral, is it? It's almost like somebody's gone into a meadow and picked those flowers. So it's got a lovely soft sort of country vibe. But I suppose if you were going, oh, you know, one of those lovely weddings that's done outdoors or in a barn or something like that. I mean, not my barn because it's full of goats. But some farms have lovely posh barns, don't they?
I just think that colour is really in at the moment, and it's beautiful. And it reminds me, I've treated myself really randomly to a nice new pen. Yeah. I used to at school, like writing with a fountain pen.
Oh,
anyway,
yes.
I've got some ink, and it's that, you know, the really rich tealy blue on there. It's that colour.
Yeah.
And that's what it's reminding me of, and it's just beautiful in that fabric.
Gorgeous, isn't it? And then you could imagine those soft gathers there. I just think that's really, really lovely. Oh, what shoe would you put with that?
I'd want to pick out the teals or maybe the goldy brownies. What do you think?
Go with almost like a bronze.
Yeah.
Like a bronze shoe. Nice.
Yeah, nice bronze shoe.
I think that's gorgeous. That's the one that I was really drawn to. But the pink floral as well is absolutely stunning, isn't it? They're both lovely.
I have to say, when I opened my box on the delivery man and it had that pink floral in it,
yes,
and I saw the pattern, I was like, that is perfect.
Yeah.
You couldn't, but seeing that one equally,
yeah,
you couldn't have more perfect fabrics for this pattern.
It is really lovely. The drape, the bit of linen, it's 10% flax in there as well. That bit of linen, that soft kind of gentle country floral, you know, so you can wear it to a more formal event, but still feel like you've got that kind of more softer vibe. It's not like trussed up formal. It's relaxed formal.
Right, so I've got both bodice pieces sewn there. I'm just going to press open the shoulder seams. Now, this is where it's going to have been important to make sure you've stay stitched all your armholes, the back neck, and the front neckline.
Right.
Because now we're going to do some matching up. So
we want both pieces to be the same size.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll just open that up for now. Just do the same on this one. See, it's continually pressing as you go. You notice I've not sewn the side seams yet. That won't come until I've done this neckline because I've
got one pattern left, by the way. Just one left.
They've done really well.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah,
it is really nice. I'm not surprised.
Well, we're ready for a bit of spring.
We are. I am, and you. I want some warm weather. My other half told me they've recorded 20 degrees in the Scottish Highlands yesterday. The hottest for January. How is that in Scotland?
Wow.
What's happening with the climate?
Yeah. I remember being in Glasgow once and there was this sudden sort of like, the sun came out and there were literally people like taking their tops off, standing, soaking up the rays. I was like, get that sunshine. Get that sunshine.
Get it while you can.
One of my favourite cities in the country.
Oh, I like Glasgow. I was there because we did one of our pantos was at the Glasgow Pavilion this year. So we had a photo shoot with some of the actors there. It's not really. It's scrubbing pits of costumes and all sorts. It's not all glamour.
Isn't it?
But
I
I
don't
love
want to do it then.
I love the designing of the costumes, though, and making stuff. When you get to be creative.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes you don't even get a chance to design or draw anything up. You've just got to go, right, that person needs a costume. What fabric have we got? Oh, yeah, OK. And then you just run with it and go. I was adding some flounces onto this big puff sleeve for a fairy costume. I know it's a regular occurrence, but don't look at me like that. And I was like, right, I could sit and draw and pattern this out, or I could just cut it.
Yeah.
So I just got the fabric, folded it, and cut a circle out because it was out of organza, and then cut this drape and got it on. And amazing what you can do with draping.
Yeah.
And because I've got pattern shapes in my head now.
Yes.
It was literally just, yep, that works. Whilst before I'd have been like, pattern it out, try and work it out mathematically. And sometimes...
See, this year, I'm desperate. I've been saying it for 3 years. This year, I want Sewing Street to do a panto.
Yes.
I'm saying it now in January so that we've got time to do it. But I want us to do a panto.
How funny would it be?
Our costume designer.
Oh, my gosh. Well, John had been more experienced than I want to have a good chat with him about his costume and TV days. It's fascinating. Mind you, it'll all be on his new subscription, won't it?
Oh, I know. Now, do need to let you know the pattern for the Eastergate dress has sold out. Well done if you've got yours. Congratulations, Jane, on a sellout. How wonderful. We do still have the hove. Again, all our fabric bundles will equally make the largest size in the hove dress as well. Square neckline. Really love that. If you don't like that lower V-neck, go for the square. You can still wear some lovely jewellery with that neckline, but you've got that squared off neck. You've got a sort of plainer bodice. So taking out the frills there, your gathers are soft and just on the waist. And then you've also got some soft gathers into the cuffs. But same kind of mid-calf length. Size is 8 to 30, 15.50 for the pattern. Now, fabric-wise, all I have left now is the pink floral or the teal floral. That's all I have left. And can I just remind you, pink floral, how many of them do I have left? Oh, just 4 left? My producer said I've less than 5. I mean, that's 4 then. I've got less than 4. I've got less than 4. Can you imagine the number that's in my head, Adam? I've got 4 of these bundles left. It's $36.99. Sorry, Rachel, I'm teasing you. You'll never, ever want to come back. Oh, is Hayley in the gallery as well? Hello, lovely. Yeah, I'm good, thank you, lovely. I was going to say... Oh. Oh, God, the boss has just said to me, come and see me in my office after the show.
Oh,
Not
you're in
quite
trouble.
in that school teacher tone. Is that because you're going to buy me a Starbucks or other brand of coffee? Are you going to make me a coffee? Make me a coffee. Apparently I can make my own coffee, Adam. Anyway, I've got 4 of these gorgeous floral bundles left. Beautiful. And then we've got the teal, my personal favourite. 5 of these left. Well done if you've got yours. I just think that's absolutely beautiful. It's elegant, but it's relaxed as well. You've got that 10% flax, cotton, viscose mix. It's just lovely. Drapeable, breathable, cool, soft as anything. Just buttery soft. Absolutely lovely. Now, I am a big fan of the hove dress pattern. I think it's gorgeous. Love that square neckline. I think that's very, very smart. Soft gathers at the natural waist. You've got those sort of 3/4 length sleeves are finishing just below the elbow with soft gathers. And I suppose, Adam, if you wanted to, you could leave that cuff off and you could do the shirring.
You could do, yeah. The cuff's a nice way to finish that particular sleeve. But yeah, if you wanted a shirred cuff, then you could do that because, yeah, it's gathered to the cuff, so there's excess fabric there to gather up. with some shearing. Yeah.
Yep.
Be a different spin on it. A
Transferable
hack.
skills. I love a hack.
Yeah, I love a hack. I love a hack. Good.
Just lovely. Again, $15.50 for that. And it comes in sizes 8 to 30. Same sort of fabrics would be suitable. So things like your viscose chalice, lawn would be lovely. Your chambray denim, your sort of shirting weight denim, also good. Could you do something like, would a broderie anglais work?
Oh, no, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
See, my mum used to make lovely summery blouses and dresses using broderie anglais.
Yeah, I love a bit of brod.
Me too. Me too. You don't see it often enough.
No.
Broderie anglais for our producer Rachel.
Yeah.
What is broderie anglais?
You'd know it if you saw it.
Yeah.
It translates as basically English embroidery, but it's funny because that's the French call it English. I think they call it broderie. No, that's a French seam. I'm getting confused.
Oh.
Anyway, I got all excited then.
I was loving that story. I don't know about you.
But it does.
I don't know about you, but I was absolutely enthralled.
But broderie anglais is English embroidery, and it's basically the best way to describe it. You often see it in white colours, naturally, and it's like got little holes in it, isn't it, where it's been embroidered.
It's almost like cut work.
Yes.
But yeah, it's sort of white, almost lacy style fabric.
Yes.
Little holes in it that you can see through. Often think of something like a peasant blouse, a peasant style blouse, you know, in the white, and it almost looks lacy. You got it, that kind of stuff. Broderie anglais.
It's a lovely fabric. I mean, again, like you'd probably just need to think about lining that kind of fabric, like the bodice especially, but it's beautiful fabric for summer.
Caution to the wind, Adam.
Or maybe you could have your little modesty panel you were talking about.
Modesty flap.
Modesty flap, sorry, I do beg your pardon. You and your modesty flaps, what you like. Right, what I've done here is I've joined it at the neckline and I've clipped into the curve so that it all lies nice and flat. And basically I'm going to understitch the neckline now completely all the way around. And that's going to make sure that the lining part of it stays to the inside.
Yes.
Yeah? So decide at this point if you've got a better bodice that works better for the outside of the fabric. Make sure that you're turning the seam allowance in the opposite direction of that to what will be the inside.
Got you.
Yeah?
Yes. Understitching is fabulous, isn't it?
Understitching is my kind of superpower. Like when I learned to understitch, it transformed everything I made. And that sounds really dramatic, but it's so true.
Yeah.
It's like
a magic wand, isn't it? You can't believe the difference it makes.
Yeah. And it's just so pleasing when you look inside and you see that understitching just inside. And I tend to lengthen mine a little bit from a standard stitch, so up to about a 3mm. But it just looks really pleasing on the inside.
Lovely.
And the more
I use it in bags and pockets of bags as well.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want top stitching. Sometimes you've got such a lovely fabric that you don't want top stitching to sort of create a line. You want to just see the edge of the pocket or the edge of the neckline, and you don't want to see stitching from the outside. And that's where understitching comes into its own, isn't it?
Absolutely. What you want to do is make sure you've pressed it first. I'm just showing you today, so I'm just sewing. I haven't pressed it all the way around, but if you press it, you'll get an even neater finish. But yeah, it's nice. Do you know what? I like everything in sewing. I think the magic of it is everything being concealed, all of those raw edges, when you've bagged things out. And like you say, even on things like bags and stuff, like just seeing a really flawless finish for me is like the one.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's what I think every morning when I'm getting ready. Flawless finish.
Look at that flawless finish.
I saw a lovely tip actually from Jen Hogg.
Yes.
She wasn't on your series, was she? She was on with Mark Francis.
Yes.
And she was doing some understitching on slippery satin, and she had taken the fingers off a rubber glove and just left the index finger on. Or I think you could use something like quilter's gloves.
Yes.
They've got a bit of grip on them so that she could control the fabric more easily.
Yeah, it does. It just gives you... It is a good tip.
Yeah.
She has a few good tips, this Jen Hogg.
Some good tips.
I like
Trying
Jen.
to get her to come on Sewing Street.
Yeah, get her to come over.
Get her in the end.
I think she'd enjoy it.
I'm like the Mounties, Adam.
The what?
Always get my man. You know the Mounties in Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their slogan. The Mounties always get their man.
I love it.
Or it might have been a pop group called the Mounties, I don't know.
Right, so I'm just coming to the end of this understitching now.
Debbie's got in touch from County Antrim. She says, "Hi, lovelies. The Hove dress is gorgeous, as is the blouse, the Rottingdean blouse. We'll definitely be trying these. Thanks for your brilliant demos, Adam."
Oh, well, thank you for watching, honestly, and it's a pleasure with all the fabrics from the wider team and from you. But it's lovely to know that, you know, Sussex Seamstress patterns are great, honestly. And I wouldn't stand here and say it if I didn't think it. I genuinely enjoy sewing one of Jane's patterns. I actually have an excited moment when I get one of her patterns through the post. And then with this combination of fabric, I was like, amazing. What I'm going to do now is just, now I've understitched it, is just press it towards the inside. So this is where it gets a little bit, well, where am I kind of thing. You'd have probably sewn your side seams up at this point. But just so you can see the neckline, it's just to demonstrate this understitching really. I don't know if you'll be able to pick it up on camera. But you see, because I've stitched it, it's already... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I've done it in white, but it's already sitting where it should do. So all it needs now is just a little bit of a press. It'll automatically now roll to the inside, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like you say, on this, especially this solid fabric, you don't want your iron up too hot where it's going to make it shiny, like you were saying, and whatnot. So I've got it on a low iron. But look, I don't really have to try hard now. I've stitched it. The stitching's doing the work. It's pinning that lining back. And then with a press, that will just absolutely finish that off.
Yeah, it's a lovely finish.
Yeah. So
Just got the details on screen, by the way, for the Rottingdean blouse, which is another fabulous pattern that we've been featuring today from Sussex Seamstress. I'm just going to grab the mannequin, actually, because it's such a lovely... Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Here we go. The Rottingdean. Oh! Stay one spot.
What are you doing to her, Stuart?
There's okay. There's okay. Right. The Rottingdean blouse. Thank you. Like a well-oiled machine, aren't we? But there it is. So you've got this gorgeous, so full-length sleeve with either shirring on the cuff, which just creates this lovely little ruffle, or you can put like homemade bias tape and just a regular piece of elastic through the cuff. And then you've got this beautiful tie at the neckline. Now, what's lovely about this is you've got the soft V neckline, which I think is lovely. And I think actually there are occasions where you might have this undone and let that just kind of hang down. You could even have like a little piece of jewellery there, something like that. But if you want to create a slightly higher neckline, literally just tying off instantly raises that V by about 1.5 inches, softens the neck, and that tie actually turns then into, can you see this beautiful collar on the blouse, and it's beautifully finished off inside. Adam was showing us earlier on how to do that. Just got a lovely, nice sort of clean back to the blouse. Just really sort of smart and elegant. But then it's got those lovely little playful feminine details like that little frill around the cuff and the soft tie at the neck. Love it. Oh, the pattern, by the way, the Rottingdean, comes in sizes 8 to 30. So you get all of those sizes in the one pattern. And to make the largest size, you need 3 meters of fabric. And something like a chalice, something like a viscose, a faux silk, a satin, any of those will work. You want something with a nice drape to it. Would you ever go stretchy, fabric with a slight stretch, or not?
No.
No.
I wouldn't. It's not to say that you couldn't. I always say in dressmaking, anything's possible.
No, Adam, if you say you wouldn't, then I wouldn't either.
But yeah, I wouldn't. No.
No.
Usually stretch patterns are designed with negative ease, and there's different techniques when sewing stretch fabric.
Right.
So with the blouse, it'd be things like getting that necktie, like, I don't think you'd get the points as sharp. I think you'd lose a bit of the aesthetic.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but this is the way designers come up with new stuff, and you see it all the while on the runway.
Yeah.
Like, they use, like, challenging materials. I remember when I was at school, we learnt about, like, smart materials and stuff.
Did you do textiles at
Yeah,
school then? Like
yeah.
GCSE?
Yes, at GCSE.
Oh.
It didn't teach me much. One teacher did. She was excellent. She was the one who encouraged me to go on Sewing Bee. But yeah, it was.
Were you still at school when you did Sewing Bee?
No, but I was in touch with her in the pandemic because we were making scrubs together for the NHS.
Oh.
So afterwards, yeah. And she was the one who encouraged me. But she'd been my tutor at college, but she's amazing. Hina,
What's her name?
Hello, Hina, if you're watching. I miss you. Hina, yeah. And she does lots of fantastic woodwork, but she's great at crochet. Like, there's nothing the woman can't do.
Amazing.
Like, creatively, she's fabulous. Very inspiring.
A message from Penny. She says, which is the easiest to use out of the faux silk or the viscose? I'm a beginner. Thank you, Penny in Monmouthshire. Good question.
I'd say the viscose. What would you say?
I'd say viscose too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only because the faux silk is a bit more slippery and a little bit more work to control. But I think with all of these things, you know, it's about what you're prepared to do. I always say committed beginners can do everything that an intermediate sewer can do. It'll just take you a little bit longer. You might have to watch a video or two along the way.
Yeah, this is it. I played piano as a kid, and I never had any formal lessons, really. I'm self-taught, but because I so wanted to do it, I learned, and I believe that is the case with anything. Yeah. If you've got the commitment and the time to give it, then you can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. What a brilliant... That is the top tip. That is the top tip of the hour. Yeah.
Just go for it. And
yeah, love
honestly,
that.
So true. I'm just saying those side seams there, but you get the idea. The bodice is coming together, and then you've got all the gathers that happen on those curves, and the skirt gathers and it goes to it. And the sleeves are really actually easier to put in than a setting sleeve because there's gathers in the sleeve on the Eastergate, so you can pull the gathers so it fits that hole.
Perfect.
Whilst, it's easier.
Great. Thank you so much, Adam.
Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. When are you back?
I've loved it. I'm back on Valentine's Day. That's easy to remember, isn't it?
So am I.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Are we in together again?
Yes. And
there's no stopping us.
Ash Wednesday, which is bizarre.
Yeah.
Shrove Tuesday is the 13th of Feb.
That feels really early this year.
Ash Wednesday is,
Oh, OK. Well, I'll see you then.
Yeah. Yeah. See you then. Absolutely.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Adam and Stuart sitting in a tree. SEWING. Right, we're going to go to a break. Just thought of that. And afterwards, when we get back, I've got some fabulous deals on for the sewing machines. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I am Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, it's lovely to have your company here on Sewing Street. And thank you as well for all those lovely messages that everyone sent in for Adam. Absolutely brilliant, isn't he? And so lovely demonstrations as well for Sussex Seamstress. Lots of love for Sussex Seamstress too. If those patterns are still in your basket, do check out, won't you? Right, now this final hour is all about Brother Sewing Machines. And I've got a sewing machine, I have got an embroidery machine, and I've also got one that brings two amazing worlds into one, and that's an embroidery and sewing combi machine. Brilliant prices on all three. I've also got some things that are really for all of us, and I'm going to start there. It's our early bird from earlier on today, and it's a set of 9 packs of Schmetz needles. Now, Schmetz needles are my favourite machine needles. I always buy Schmetz needles. And this is, if you like, a sort of exploration pack. This is an ultimate stash pack of machine needles. You've got 9 different sorts of needle here, 5 needles in each pack, and a variety of sizes within each pack as well, from smaller to larger. Now, the early bird deal, let me show you, it should be £32.51 for the 9 packs, which I think is a great deal. £23.99 today, I know. That means each needle is costing you 53 pence, which is just amazing. Now remember, sewing with the wrong type of needle will give you poor results. Skipped stitches, missed stitches, badly formed seams, weak seams. But worse than that, it can even damage your sewing machine. If your needle is bent, nicked, burred, it can actually knock the timing out of your machine, which is an expensive repair, which means you'll be without your sewing machine for a while it's repaired, and you'll have a hefty bill. The best thing you can do is spend 53 pence and change the needle every 6 to 8 hours, but also use the right needle for the job. So you get 9 different sorts. You get top stitch needles, which are absolutely brilliant for doing those top stitch details on bags, dressmaking, and also bag making or soft furnishings. Okay, but you can also use your top stitch needles for quilting with heavier threads. So if you like to do decorative stitching or quilting with heavier threads, use a top stitch. We've got quilting needles. These have a slim, sharp but strong point to them. They're designed to go through multiple layers and pierce cleanly. You've got 375s, 290s. Always start with the finer needle and only go up to a bigger needle if you have to, if you get issues. Now next up we've got universal needles. These are really your kind of do-it-all needle. If in doubt, use a universal needle. You get sizes from 70 up to 100. I've only got 2 of these bundles left. Leather needles, they have a blade almost on the tip of the needle that slices through the leather. Don't use them on faux leather, it's not needed, but on real leather, absolutely perfect. Now, stretch needles and jersey needles, get 5 of each. These are perfect when you're working with sort of t-shirt fabrics, t-shirt fabrics and jerseys, and then stretch fabrics, more things like your lycra and spandex, things like if you're making yoga wear, active wear, that sort of thing, or dance wear, use your stretch or your jersey needles. Right, next up, embroidery needle. Now again, you can use these if you're doing quilting, Metallic thread, rayon, specialty threads. This pack is sold out. Well done if you got yours. Microtex, can't recommend them enough for piecing. And jeans needles for heavyweight sewing. Right, well done if you got yours. Just a brilliant, brilliant early bird. One I think that comes at you a bit sideways because you think, why would I stash needles? But we know why we stash needles, so you've always got the right one for the job. Right, that's that. Now, I also want to mention quickly that we've got boxes of 100 Schmetz needles also available. I've got 2 different item numbers here. Oh, can we do the Microtex first? Oh, brilliant, brilliant. What's the code for the Microtex? Got it, thank you. Right, so this is my absolute top tip then for this hour. Everybody needs these. Quilters in particular, patchworkers, you need these. 100 Microtex needles, size 75. That is the perfect needle. Sorry, size 70, even better. The perfect needle for precision patchwork piecing. No, check this out. Check this out. Oh, didn't you tell me earlier I'd have warned people? £44.99. So that means for under 45 pence a needle. So you can easily, comfortably, economically change your needle every 8 hours of piecing time. Use a nice fine thread, 50 weight, or sometimes I even use an 80 weight thread for piecing. Okay, bobbin fill, so fine thread, fine needles, slim sharp point. Honestly, you won't get better piecing. If you need to improve your piecing, if you want your piecing to be a bit more accurate, but just generally grab them. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They're going to sell out as well, actually, if we're not careful. Now, I've also got Universal. Again, these are a really good all-rounder, okay? So you get 100. These are size 70 universal needle. So this is, if you're in doubt, use a universal for general sewing, bag making, quilting, piecing, dressmaking, home deck. Use a universal needle. $39.99. We're going lower. This is bonkers. It's been a day of bonkers deals, I think. 34. So that means for under 35 pence, you can change your needle every 8 hours sewing time and not think, ouch, that's cost me 60p, or ouch, that, you know, I paid £4 for that pack of needles. It's £34.99 for 100, so under 35 pence per needle. And, you know, the size of a matchbox. So it's not like it's even hard to store. Brill, love that, absolutely love that. The sewing teacher in me is very passionate about that kind of thing. Right, I'm going to grab my first fabulous machine. This is the Brother FS250. If we were to have a hero machine on Sewing Street, I think it'd be fair to say it would be this one, the Brother FS250. So the FS stands for, FS stands for Fashion Special. And this is the Fashion Edition. Sorry, it's the FE. The FE, the FS250 FE, the Fashion Edition. And on this machine, you've got 250 stitches to start with, including 8 styles of one-step automatic buttonhole. So literally every kind of buttonhole you could possibly need, every kind of utility stitch, decorative stitch, satin stitch, or mirror image stitch, all included. And isn't this nifty? The way all of your stitches are shown on your machine on this flip chart. But then you've also got 3 different alphabets. So you've got a solid capital, you've got an outline capital, and you've got a cursive capital. You've got all the numbers, you've got all the punctuation, you've also got European accented letters as well, plus symbols. So that's a huge amount of value there as well. Now, you've got a removable accessory box here on the front, so you can store your feet in there. Sweeties in the bottom, of course, if you wish. That also means that we have a free arm. So when we're sewing things like bags, if we're turning up trousers, if we need to be able to get in sort of tight, use your free arm. Round on the back, we've got this button right here. Drop the feed dogs. The feed dogs, the little teeth that carry the fabric through, drop down, push it back, nothing happens, take your first stitch and the feed dogs pop back up again. So if you ever have an issue where your fabric isn't feeding, the first thing that you need to check is that the feed dogs are engaged. Okay, so there's your basic setup of your machine. Now you also get a big extension table that comes with your machine. Normally we're talking about £30 to £50 for an extension table. This has 3 independent feet on it that can be adjusted. This slides on. There's your extension table. So now you've got a bigger working area, nice and stable. Sort of decreases the effect of gravity. So if you're quilting or making larger projects, rather than hanging off the edge and dragging, you've got that large extension table. It's also an absolute boom when you're doing things like free motion quilting or applique, because it means more of your quilt or project is held flat on the top, just gives you a much better vision of what you're working on. So love that. Now you get hard cover case for your machine. But let's talk about the stitches that you get and the feet that you get. So with your machine, you're going to get all of those feet that you would expect with a sewing machine. So things like your utility foot, what we call the zigzag foot. You're also getting things like a blind hem foot for doing invisible hems. You're also getting a zipper foot, your buttonhole foot, for sewing those 8 automatic one-step buttonholes. But you also get a button fitting foot. So you put that on and you can now sew buttons on using your sewing machine. It's crazy, I know, brilliant. Now you also get 7 additional dressmaking feet with this machine, and that's what makes it the fashion edition. You get these 7 extra feet. And really, I can't see where you're paying for those personally, because I remember they were added in as an extra bundle once, and they've just never left the machine. So they're just added in now. You get a bias binding attaching foot. You get an adjustable zipper and piping foot, a 5-groove pin tuck foot. You also get a gathering foot and a straight stitch foot. You get a Teflon or non-stick foot and one more, and I think it's a rolled hem foot, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, it's amazing. The package of feet with this machine is amazing. Now let's just look at the price for a second. It should be, well, it is £399, but what it should be is £799. Here's the Brother website. So this is buying direct from the manufacturer. It is £799. That is double our price. That is double our price. We are half price on the Brother FS250 Fashion Edition. You get all of that machine, 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, 7 extra dressmaking feet on top of your usual foot package for £399. But there's more, because you get an extra £39.99 worth of value, because I whined on your behalf. You get a walking foot, a free walking foot included in your machine. Now, this machine, I would say there's one big thing that's missing from the normal package, and that's a walking foot, because every sewer needs a walking foot. And what the walking foot does is it acts like another set of feed dogs. So I mentioned dropping the feed dogs. The feed dogs are those teeth just here on the bed of the machine, and they move backwards and forwards as you're sewing, and effectively they grip the bottom of the fabric and they feed the fabric through from the underside. Your walking foot has a second set of little teeth, and they sit on the top of the fabric. So with the walking foot, you've got feeding from the bottom and feeding from the top. And effectively, as you take a stitch, the two come together, move everything forward, and then they both let go, take a stitch holding the fabric. So you get the most even feeding, quilting, dressmaking, things like pattern matching, absolutely superb. You're getting a huge amount for £399. The machine is half price. You're getting that walking foot. You're getting that extension table, a hard carry case. You get an amazing instruction manual, really, really worth sitting down and reading that. But you also get your quick start guide, so you can just jump on the machine and use it. Now, while we're here at the front, have a look. You've got speed controller. You can use this button right here, no foot pedal if you don't want to. You don't have to use the foot pedal. You can disengage it and use the start-stop button instead. Speed controller, reverse stitching, automatically plant your needle in the down position. You've also got an easy-to-use LCD screen. It's just a fab machine. Alison from Nottinghamshire's got in touch to say, afternoon, great show. I have had the Brother FS250 for 6 months. I use it every day. I love it. You know, what's really important as well is that you have a sewing machine that you can grow with. And a lot, especially first-time machine buyers, one of the most easy and natural mistakes to make is to buy an overly simple machine. You know, you can get machines that have maybe 7 stitches and 2 feet. And you think, well, I'm just a beginner, that'll do me to start with. I guarantee most beginner sewers or most sewers would grow out of that machine within weeks. This machine's going to stay with you for years and years. Now, Debbie from County Antrim's got back in touch to say, oh, Stuart, I got the FS250 FE last November as a Christmas present. Well, happy Christmas to you. Couldn't praise it enough. It's just fantastic. So many feet too. It's brilliant. Thank you for that, Debbie. And I agree with you. You get so many feet. You get 7 extra feet on top of any normal package. I don't know of any other, I cannot think of any other sewing machine package that comes with a non-stick or Teflon foot, a bias binding attaching foot. I mean, these are feet that would cost you £20, £30 each if you were to buy them. So if you said minimum £20 per foot extra, that's £140 worth of extra feet that you wouldn't normally get. Just brilliant for a machine that's costing you under £400. Remember, you also get your walking foot. That is completely free. That foot is $39.99 if you were to buy it on its own. You don't have to buy it at all. You're getting it for free. And it is for free with your FS250 today. I know that is actually phenomenal. That is actually phenomenal. Let me just mention quickly at this point, there's one other foot that you might be thinking, I really, really want a free motion quilting foot. This you have to buy. But the good news is it's £17.49. Now, this is business. You would think if you were going to give a free foot, one of these feet away with the machine, you'd go with the £17.49. I love that Sewing Street picked the expensive foot to give for free. I love that. I love that. Because that could easily have been the one that you had to buy. But, and in fairness, a quilting foot, a free motion quilting foot, is more specialist. You're going to use this for free motion quilting, free motion embroidery, free motion applique, and also, as the name suggests, darning. So you can use this to repair things, because with it installed, you can sew forwards and back, and side to side, and on the diagonals as well. And you can go over little holes in fabric and repair them and darn them by machine. But you can also do lovely sort of decorating, drawing with your sewing machine. Draw a portrait, draw animals. And another really nice thing to do, actually, if you want to do sort of big lettering and you don't have an embroidery machine is actually to draw out the outline and then to use your darning foot and actually go around the outline a few times and then actually side to side to actually fill in the letter. And you can do that, and that looks fantastic. Really lovely. Great machine. Absolutely great machine. Now, if you've already got your Brother FS250 or you've got another Brother machine and you need a walking foot, we do have the walking foot available on its own. We'll pop the details up on screen, and there is that price, $39.99. That's what we're giving away for free with the machine. I know. That's the giveaway. That's the giveaway. It's upside down. There it is. And just brilliant, yeah. It's a really good deal. It's a really good deal. Really good deal. Now, my other top tip, if you're going for the machine, or if you've already got it, extra bobbins. Extra bobbins. You do get 4 bobbins with the machine, but that's not enough for anybody. These are a brilliant buy. Now, you get 10 Brother bobbins. Now, just want to say, if you have a Brother sewing machine, you need to buy Brother bobbins. If you've got an Elna or a Janome, you need to use Elna or Janome bobbins. You can intermingle those because it's the same manufacturer. But don't use an Elna bobbin in a Brother machine or vice versa because they are different sizes. But these fit your Brother machine. These will also fit your Brother embroidery machine or your combi machine. So these will fit any of the Brothers. And each of the 10 bobbins comes with a kind of clip case. So if I turn it around, can you see this bit here? So once you've wound your bobbin, you clip that on. It'll hold the thread in place so the thread doesn't unravel. Love that. But you can also clip multiples together, so it will keep all of your bobbins together in one place rather than rattling around the bottom of your sewing box. So great bit of design, $10.99 for 10, well worth putting in your basket. Well worth putting in your basket. So Brother FS250, absolute, I think, a knockout machine. I see it ever such a lot at workshops and classes. It's sturdy enough and heavy enough to be your machine that you have at home, but equally this is a machine that you could take to classes and workshops, or if your sewing room is a movable feast and you need to be able to clear things away quickly, it's a great one because it's compact, it's sturdy, it's powerful, but it's also easy to move and transport. It's got a lot going for it, hasn't it? It really is. And then remember that price. Go to the Brother website, pay £799 for the same machine, and you don't get your free walking foot. You don't get split pay either. I haven't mentioned split pay yet. 5 split pays, $79.80, I think, is your split pay. You pay £79.80. We'll send you the machine out straight away. You don't have to make all 5 payments. You don't pay a penny in interest. You don't have to fill in any forms either, and there's no credit checks. It's just an option you pick when you check out. £79.80. Choose that option as you check out. You'll get the machine home for $79.80. Have a whole month of fun, exploring, and just starting to experiment with all the possibilities. And it doesn't matter whether you're a quilter, a dressmaker, home decor, soft furnishings, applique, or you want to do a bit of all of those. You can do them all on your Brother FS250. Brilliant machine. A message from Cornwall. This is from Collector in Cornwall, who says, walking foot, I have one of these. It's pretty much permanently fitted on my machine. Just keeps everything together. Good point. Yeah, a lot of people actually use their walking foot for constructing. I do sometimes when I'm bag making, particularly if I'm using things like thick layers of interfacing heavy foam, or maybe if I'm using something like a plaid, where I've pattern matched my pieces really carefully and I pin them really carefully. If you use a regular foot on your machine, because your fabric's only feeding from the bottom, you can get even very slight slippage of the top fabric, so it slightly shifts and moves. And all of your careful cutting and pinning, it shifts, so your pattern no longer matches. Now, if you use a walking foot for the same job, because it's gripping the fabric top and bottom every stitch, your patterns will stay matched perfectly. So as a pattern matching tool, it's unparalleled. If you're quilting something, whether it is a baby quilt or a placemat or a king-size quilt, as you're sewing across with a regular foot, that difference in feed from the top and bottom will cause tucks and wrinkles and movement in the top layer, and you can end up with unsightly folds. If you use your walking foot, you won't get any of that. It will power through, you'll get perfect lines of stitching, and you can also use some of your decorative stitches with your walking foot as well. So anything that continues straight ahead. So something like the serpentine stitch is basically a straight stitch that's going on a bit of a walk. So that's fine. Anything that uses a reverse back. So for example, if you think about some of those stitches that take a stitch forward but then come back on themselves and go out and in and then forward, that doesn't work with your walking foot. But anything that just moves ahead, you should be fine. Always check. If in doubt, put your walking foot on and wind, using the wheel at the side, wind through the full sequence of the pattern to check that the needle doesn't hit anything and is happy. And then you're fine. Proceed. Right, let's move on. Let's move on. Jill says, does the sewing machine have an auto cutter? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have a scissor function on it. Not on this one. Not on this one, it doesn't. Right, let's move on. Embroidery. So this is the Brother Innovis 3300. We'll pop the details on screen for you. This is an embroidery-only machine from Brother. And again, look at that price. It's fabulous, isn't it? £599 for an embroidery machine from Brother. Now, you can take advantage of split pay if you like. This one's got 3 split pays on it. Remember, 0 interest to pay, not a penny more than paying the full price in one go. So if you want to get this home, £199.66 gets this home in 3 to 5 working days. Now, how about a price comparison? Let's go to John Lewis, who were never knowingly undersold. Hang on, £899. You what? £599. Somebody needs to tell them. £599. I think they exclude web sales. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, what I do know is we're £300 cheaper than John Lewis, which is every reason to buy it from us. Also, John Lewis don't do split pay. We do. We do. Under £200 to get this home. No interest, no forms, no credit checks. Just tick the box. Now, your embroidery machine has got 135 built-in embroidery designs. That's just to get you going. It's got 11 built-in fonts. You can resize, you can move to the left, to the right, up, down, diagonally. You can mirror image, you can rotate. And you can also combine designs. So, for example, you can combine something like a gorgeous oval or square or round frame with a motif inside it, or use a frame, put a word, Mum, Mother's Day coming up, Valentine's coming up, bring out the romantic in you. Use them to create things like personalised napkins, things like embroidering on bibs. If you make and sell, the minute you start personalising things, the price goes up, the desirability goes up, because who doesn't want to buy a baby or a child something with their name on? It makes it more special, whatever it is. Now, you've got 135 designs already programmed in, but have a look at the side. So do you see there's a USB port just up here at the top? So you can link this directly to your laptop or to your computer, or you can download designs to laptop or computer, memory stick in, and then put the memory stick into that port. Sandy Milichip-Masoki, amazing machine embroiderer, she gave a great tip. And what she said was, when you're buying memory sticks for embroidery machines, buy low storage ones. I'm probably explaining that really badly. So you don't want ones that do 30, is it megabytes or gigabytes? I don't know. You want low, like 1 or 2, that's all. Okay, don't overload your memory sticks with embroidery designs, because computers can handle that. No embroidery machine likes that. They like low amounts. So put like just, you know, a few like Christmas wreath designs, for example, on a memory stick, teddy bears on another. Don't try and put everything on one stick. The other thing is, with those designs, I recently got a Brother embroidery and sewing combi machine, and oh my goodness, what a rabbit hole I fell down the day I decided to search for free designs for my Brother. Oh my goodness. I mean, on the Brother website, it's phenomenal. If you download the Artspira app from Brother, which is free, which you can connect. Does this have Wi-Fi connectivity? It does. It does. This has wireless. So you don't even need to use that memory stick or the USB port. You can connect it straight up. I thought it did. The old one didn't. You had to put the memory stick in, but this one is Wi-Fi enabled. So you can go straight from computer to embroidery machine. Hundreds and hundreds of free designs that will work on your machine. Thousands of designs that you can buy and put on your machine for applique in the hoop, embroidery, quilting. You can quilt your quilts using your embroidery machine, or quilt motifs or elements on your embroidery machine. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's such a rabbit hole. It's a whole new hobby. I'm already hooked. I'm absolutely loving my machine embroidery. You also get, you get some pre-wound bobbins. You get some pre-wound bobbins to go in your machine. The thread, let me just tell you, the thread that goes in your embroidery machine it's a top loader. So this is exactly the same. So the threading path is exactly the same as for a sewing machine. So if you've got the Brother FS250, it's no different. Any Brother sewing machine, it's no different. And most sewing machines have the same thread path. You know, thread on here, normal spool pin, yeah. Under this little clip, through the tension discs, kind of up and over the take-up lever, behind a little catch, and through the needle. It's got an automatic needle threader as well. Here it is. Yeah, so it's got your needle threader when you're changing threads. And the bobbin, again, is a top loader, so exactly the same as any top loading sewing machine. So you want your bobbin to look like a letter P. I always think P for perfect, do it perfectly right. So, and then you literally just drop that in, and then there's a little picture to show you, just wind it through, and there's a thread cutter, and that's it, all threaded up, ready to go. Now your hoop size on this is a 4-inch hoop. So this is the size hoop that you've got. So your embroideries can go up to a 10 centimetre by 10 centimetre, which gives lots and lots of possibilities, and really, really good start to your machine embroidery journey. The hoop, if you've never done this before, by the way, it's as easy as using a hand embroidery hoop. Comes in 2 halves. Fabric and stabilizer go on one. The other part of the frame clips into place, and you have a little screw to hold it firmly. And then literally all you have to do is lift your presser foot out the way, and then there's two little, can you see, two little, almost like screws. They just clip in like that. That's it. That is it. Drop the presser foot and away you go. And it doesn't come with a foot pedal because you don't need to sit behind the machine. You press start and let your machine do its job. And if you've got the FS250 next to you, while your embroidery machine is embroidering, you can be sewing, so you can work between the two. So especially those who like to make and sell, or who are particularly proficient with their making, having two separate machines can be a real boon. And then again, just removing that, you literally just pull it up and out the way, and there's your hoop out the way. It's so simple. I remember being really sort of scared of embroidery machines when I hadn't got one. Even when I was here on Sewing Street, I was a little bit afraid of embroidery machines, and that was why I got one, because I thought I need to not be afraid. And literally within 10 minutes, I was away. Right, threads. Threads. This is a set from Aurifil. You get 3 spools, 3 large spools of beautiful Aurifil thread. Now this is a cotton 50 weight, ideal for piecing, and you've got your light, your medium and your dark grey. So you can use this grey thread pretty much for piecing anything. I suppose in an ideal world I would have white as well for if I was sewing white to white. But other than that, light grey, mid grey and dark sludgy grey. The colour's really important. You want the colour of shadow. You want it to disappear into the fabric that you're sewing. And these grey, sort of murky neutrals are exactly the colour you want. You probably wouldn't use them for, you know, your garment or your, do you know what I mean? But they're the perfect colour for sewing construction. 50 weight, use your Microtech 70 needle, you'll get the best piecing you've ever done. And these are large spools, each one of them holds, do you have the amount? Oh, actually, it'll say on the bottom, it is 1,300 metres of thread on each one. It's 100% cotton as well. So altogether, you've got 3,900 metres. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, 3,900 metres. Oh, it says on the screen how much is on there. Why am I looking on the bottom of the reel? It's been a long morning. Now, the other thread that I've got some... is this the Gutermann? The bobbin? Yeah, yeah. So this is Gutermann. Now, Gutermann's my favourite brand of thread. And on here you get 1,000 metres. And this is bobbin thread for embroidery machines. It's 100% polyester. It's very, can you see how fine that is? It is very, very fine. Is that an 80 weight? It doesn't say on the reel, but I think it's an 80 weight. It is very fine, very fine. The higher the number, the finer the thread. So a 50 weight is heavier than this, a 30 weight is much heavier than this. 100 weight would be a little, well, gosh, that would be like almost invisible. But 80 weight, very fine thread. You're going to use this. Now, really, you can use the white with almost any colour when you're doing machine embroidery for your bobbin. So you fill your bobbins with this, and then you don't have to stop and change the bobbin thread when you're changing the top thread. So if you're machine embroidering a butterfly and there's every colour of the rainbow in there, one bobbin, white thread, absolutely fine in your bobbin. You won't see any of it on the surface. All right, really good by that, and you're getting 1,000 metres. And for thread that fine, the bobbin feels like it'll go on forever. It doesn't, unfortunately. You do have to change it, but it does feel like it'll go on forever. There's a huge amount of value in that. Right, now, I mentioned earlier on, I've got a Brother combi machine. Absolutely love it. I've got the Brother combi machine right here. Let me move these out of the way. Now, this probably isn't a machine that you're going to transport to classes here, there and everywhere, or not very often, because it is a big machine. It's a heavy machine, because don't forget, this is a sewing machine and it's an embroidery machine. Now, at the moment, it's set up as the embroidery machine. This is your embroidery unit. And let me just show you, you get 2 different hoops with this. So you get the 4x6, but you also get, I think this is about 7x10, something like that. You get that big hoop. So you get 2 different hoops with it. So this is your maximum size hoop. You also get your bullseye sort of placement guides as well for both hoops. So that's fab. This is it set up in embroidery mode. And I just want to show you really quickly all you have to do to transform this into a sewing machine. So literally, oh, now wait a minute, there's a clip here. So there's a little clip there. Can you see that little button? So what you do, so there's your free arm on your machine, for your sewing machine. There's your free arm. So yes, it's got a free arm. It's also, while I'm there, got that little button at the back so you can drop the feed dogs for free motion quilting. Now, you don't need to drop the feed dogs when you've got the embroidery module on. It does it automatically, okay? But to set it up as an embroidery machine, literally slide the embroidery module on until it clicks into place, and you'll hear a definite click as it clicks into place. And then to remove it, you've got to kind of here, reach under, squeeze that handle, and it will release, and then you can just take it off. So that's the embroidery module. I'm going to pop that over here. And then when you come to do your sewing, this will look terribly familiar. Accessory box, we're used to these. This slides on, and now it's a sewing machine. So actually, if you just want to take it as a sewing machine along to classes and workshops, actually that's quite doable, isn't it? I just don't think I'd be inclined to take the embroidery module around with me here, there and everywhere, but could if you wanted. Anyway, but this doesn't have that same kind of little trigger underneath there, when this just literally slides off and slides on, just like a sewing machine would. Now, let's look at the price. Remember, we're getting an amazing Brother sewing machine. We're also getting an amazing embroidery machine. Let's start with the price comparison. Let's see what we would pay if we went somewhere else. So here it is, the Innovis NV 2700 embroidery, sewing and quilting machine. This is what we're getting, £2,499. That is not what you're paying from us. Wow. Okay, that looks like £300 less. £2,199 for a sewing machine, a quilting machine, an embroidery machine. All of that, that's amazing. So if you want a machine that does it all, a combi machine is absolutely the way to go. If you've got restricted space, and I think only the most lucky have unrestricted space for their hobbies, right? A combi machine is a really good idea because you've got one machine. You've only got to have room for one machine. Yes, you've got to be able to store your embroidery module when you're not using that, but that can go on a shelf, that can go perhaps under the table. But it's not another whole machine that you've got to find space for. And equally, it's not a second machine that you've got to kind of get out and put away each time. It's just one machine. Now, let's just talk about the specifications of the machine. So one of the most important things to me is, so we're talking about the embroidery now. How many patterns do I have? This has got 258 built-in patterns. It's got 13 fonts. And these are all sizable. You can change the sizes of all of these. You've got auto jump stitch trimmer. This is an absolute game changer. So if I can just show you for a second. So for example, let me get, that's the wrong manual. There's the right manual here. I want to show you some of the embroideries. Right, I'll do this on overhead, shall I? Right, so have a look at this, for example. Look at this fabulous, is it a cheetah or a leopard? Amazing, absolutely beautiful, right? So, for example, when your embroidery machine is stitching the green in the background, it'll stitch this area here, and then it would go over to this area here and stitch this as well. And on lesser machines, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with a line of thread between the two. And it's going to stop, and you're going to have to manually get in there with a pair of scissors and snip threads before it continues. Or you have to do that at the end when it's all stitched out. With your Innovis NV2700, it will get to the end of this green. It will automatically cut the thread for you. It will then move across to the next area. It will do a locking stitch, and then it will continue. There are no threads to trim. It doesn't even stop. It goes from one to the next, but it cuts the threads as it goes. It's an absolute game changer. It really is. Let me just show you some of these fabulous embroideries that you get. They are stunning. There's so many of them. I mean, you get loads of fonts. You get, look at all these frames. Circles, squares, diamonds, ovals, rectangles on the side landscape. You get shields, hearts, octagons, a fancy shield there, almost like a keyhole. Then look at some of these designs. Absolutely beautiful. Florals, big frames. Look at the size of that. Amazing. Autumny, Christmassy, so seasonal. Wow. I could imagine doing that for bridal. Got some really cool designs there. Really cool designs. You've got loads of different buttonholes that you do on your embroidery machine. So yes, you've got buttonholes in the sewing machine function, but you've also got some really fancy, look at these ones here, really fancy embroidery buttonholes. Huge range. And remember, these are the ones that are included. What about these quilting? Continuous line quilting motifs that you can just keep extending across a quilt. I mean, it's just amazing. Love that. Wow. Just brilliant. Just brilliant. Love these. Love these. Brilliant, isn't it? There's an awful lot. Listen, I need to do the menu for tomorrow. John's presenting, and I'm one of his guests. So you know what that means. Lewis and Irene Grandma's Quilt at 8 a.m. I'm going to be showing you a beautiful new range from Lewis and Irene and some stunning projects and some lovely patterns. At 9 o'clock, Maria Maidment is here with Old Maid New Gold Work. At 10:30, it's the Twist and Stitch Ruler with me. And then at 11:30, Sewing Machines with John. We'll have a lot of laughs tomorrow. I'll see you 8 a.m. tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, though. It's Hobby Maker coming up. So stick around, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey. Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items.